Barry here? Isn't he first?
He's first. Can you put the fan on? Oh, there. Don't worry. I got it. I got it. Your default microphone has, okay, I couldn't finish it. Has changed to MacBook Pro microphone. Okay.
Then it goes full red.
Yeah, it's unmuted when it's.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, the game's down.
Can you hear me?
Now.
Oh, so the red means it's on?
Yeah.
Go first.
Denise, can you hear me?
Not.
I can hear you.
You can, Denise?
Can you hear
Is it,
me?
is it, am I being heard through here? Oh, yeah.
TV again.
Yeah, no, it's through the Yeti.
Right.
But you can't hear me.
Orlean, you could hear me?
There we go.
All
You
right.
can't hear me.
We can hear you. I can hear Denise as well.
Gotta turn on the TV.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's just,
The chief is
thank
not
you, Ty.
hearing me.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, we'll get started in 2 minutes.
The chief is not hearing us. You can't hear me. You can't hear me.
Can you hear us, Chief?
Bob, can you try and talk, Bob?
What's
Let me
that?
text him.
PowerPoint?
The one that,
Lois?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bob, I can't hear you. I don't
oh
think
yeah,
the
I
chief.
put it on mute.
Chief, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
All right, good evening, everybody. We'll get started in 1 minute. All right, good afternoon. It's Friday, May 28th. This is day 2 of the Cowessess First Nation General Assembly. I have with me Pat Sparvier. She's going to start us off with a prayer. So Pat, the Zoom and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I want to welcome each and every one of you to this awesome assembly that we had yesterday and for tonight. And in your own way, help me say the prayer as we pray for all of our relations. Otungashla, I come to you today in a humble and pitiful way, and I pray in my Indian name, Nisuhawashtewe. I pray for good health, happiness, help, and understanding for all of those who are having struggles out there. For the old people, I pray, Grandfather, that you look after them in a good way. For our little ones with the COVID and having to stay out of school is really impacting a lot of them, not only the little ones, but our caregivers as well. So let's pray for them as well. I also pray to the grandmothers and to the grandfathers, and I ask that you take pity on each and every one of us tonight as we do our presentations, so that we may be able to tell or share with the membership the things that Chief and Counsel do and our entities. Yesterday you heard from all of our program directors. So tonight I ask that you help us and pray for us so that we may be able to do things in a good way. For all of these things, I pray in a humble and pitiful way. Mitakuyasan.
Mitakuyasan. Thank you, Pat. How's the volume? I heard someone under while the prayer is good. Okay, so thank you very much, Pat. Pat, you'll hear more from her later on today. I want to welcome you a little.
I can't get it off of mute.
Now we can hear you, Bob. Now I can hear you.
So if you could be on mute while you're listening, and then if you have a question,
my audio is not. My microphone's like this.
Oh, Bob, you gotta put it on mute.
That's what he's trying to do. He can't. Can you mute him?
Oh, he's trying. Okay.
No, right there.
Well, I don't like silencing anybody, but Bob, I'll put you on mute. Okay. So this Zoom online is something we're all adapting to. I wish we could have been in person, but to keep everybody safe, we still want to fulfill our constitution of 2 assemblies a year. So I welcome you all to the second of our 2-day General Assembly. I just wanted to show you something really quickly before we start our first presentation for the night. Of course, I'm always trying to be ready for everything here, and just wanted to show you this. So you see in front of you it's a chart, it's a graph, it's a map. This is Cowessess First Nation. As we move towards self-government and strengthen our governance and our self, this is a map of how we understand our institutions internally, our areas, our entities. So yesterday, we focused predominantly on administration. So you see that one on the top, it's just about at the 12 o'clock on a clock symbol. That was yesterday. Today, we're going to focus on the governance. So chief and council are a part of everything. All the grants and the budget and the audit, it's the council that approve those. And so council kind of, our hands out, noses in, always involved in many different areas, but we empower. We empowered our program managers yesterday to do their thing with the executive office, and they did an amazing job. Today, we're going to have Treaty Land Entitlement. Our chair trustee, Barry, will be presenting. We then have Ventures. Our business looks after our businesses. We have Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge. That's our new child welfare organization. Little Child Community Development. That is our gaming, our inherent right to gaming. We have Megawatt Housing Inc. It's a strategy board right now, helping us with housing. Eagle Women Tribunal is our judicial system for Kaosis. It's going to help us get along a lot better in long term. It's going to help us with disputes and keeping everybody accountable. And then we're going to end the evening with chief and council are just going to each have a moment to share. Some council may look busier than others. We're all doing our thing to help our great nation. Just because we didn't present yesterday didn't mean we're a part of that. We're the ones that approved the final plans and everything. But yesterday we just empowered our directors and our executive to present. So this is our chart. This is something that we use as a map. So without further ado, we'll get into our first presentation of the evening. And I'll call on our one and only Barry Sparby. Come on down. You're our first presenter of the day. You get everybody sharp right now. Usually by 8 o'clock, we're kind of fatigued. Just like the PowerPoint's kicking in here. There we go. So this is day 2 of the assembly. Really quickly, before I get to Barry, I just wanted to mention our vision from our 2010 community planning book. We respect and honor the diversity of our First Nation, and from this strength, we will all walk together to flourish as a united, healthy community for generations to come. And our first presentation tonight is Treaty Land Entitlement. So without further ado, Barry will do the slides, and then I'll take down the slides and we'll have a little talk.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Just the slides or the PowerPoint presentation, let's go over almost word for word, but the role of the trustees, we signed a trust agreement back in 1996, March 14th. I remember that day very, very, very vividly because watching them sign, and there was drums going, and my hair stood up in the back because I felt so empowered and felt so good for the future of our community, I guess, or our First Nation. But I remember that very vividly. I was at that signing. The trustees' role to manage investments and purchase land and transfer land to reserve status. A current value or a trust at the end of October, reporting for,
Sorry, Barry, they're not
Yep.
seeing what we're seeing.
oh, really?
Yeah. Our first,
Good. Oh,
oh,
there it is.
There it is.
do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so just don't show it on the, okay. You don't see it, my other part of my screen, do you? Okay, let's do it like that.
All
There we
right.
go, Barry.
Anyway, getting back to that, the value of our trust and how much money we have left, we have as of March 31st in our audit was $15,622,830. And since then, we've sold some land that we couldn't turn to reserve status. So as of April 30th, it went up like to $17,297,708. The TLE purchased 98,581 acres, but 3,000 acres of that has been sold because of complex third-party issues. In some cases, we've been working on maybe 15 to 20 years, and the federal and provincial government can't come to we can't get past their third party. They say yes or no to it, and we fought all we can with the chief and counsel, with our lawyer, and so we decided to sell it. Of all those total acres, 80,000 have been added to reserve, and we still have 15,541 acres are in fee simple, which is the trust's property right now, and we're trying to turn that into reserve status. That's divided amongst 36 active files. Additional land we've been looking at, but we're getting more choosy, and right now we're focusing on the developing of the lands and transferring it to reserve status, the 15,000 acres that we have left.
Ooh, where's this one?
Always starts.
Yeah.
I'll introduce our trustees. Our on-reserve trustees, a new trustee, Joanne Buckles, we just appointed in a couple of months ago.
Yeah, 2 months.
In April. Linus Lara is his second term as an on-reserve trustee. Myself, Barry, I was there in 2000 to 2006, and this would be my second term here this time. I was reappointed just a couple of months ago. Our off-reserve, Dolores DeLorme, she's from Saskatoon. Kevin Friesen, I believe this is his second term or third term, I'm not sure. Second term from Prince Albert. Janice Thompson, she's lives in Indian Head, Saskatchewan. And our counselor that sits on our trustees is Malcolm DeLorme.
The down arrow.
Oh, that one now.
There we go.
The financial institution, the Royal Trust Corporation is a substitute institution for the Kaosis TLE Trust under the terms of the trust agreement. And it's called a substitute institution because originally we were with Bank of Montreal, and each time that we change banks, it just becomes a substitute institution, still doing the same thing. It's just a different institution. And that's why they're calling it a substitute institution under agreement signed by the trust, by First Nation, TLE Trust, Royal Trust Corporation of Canada, and was signed in February of 2018. Royal Trust acts as a depository and custodial institution for the TLE under the terms of the trust agreement. Joel Hughes, PhD and Regional Vice President of Indigenous Wealth, Royal Trust, that works cooperatively with the First Nation and TLE, the investment manager, to ensure that the services required of the institution under the terms of the trust agreement are expertly performed. And every meeting that he attends with us, he impresses me more and more because it's such a complicated agreement, and he reads it over, and he has just as much knowledge as probably any of us have that been there for a while. The accounts, we have different accounts. The income earned on the investments is held in the trust account. From there, it is transferred to the revenue trust account and then to the band account. Pursuant to the advanced tax ruling, the income earned is not taxable and has to be transferred over to the band account, which is the chief and counsel's account. The transfer must be done within the year of the final December 31st and done within the year, or else it will be taxed. There's a 20% transfer back to the trust account from the bank account after amounts for the for trust and the senior payments are set aside. This 20% transfer back into the trust, it was a kind of an agreement between the chief and counsel and the trustees to replenish the trust account so that we can build our buy more land, give us more money to buy more land. Investment and the investment management agreement was signed in January of 2018. RBC Global Asset Management Incorporated and the Kaosis TLE Trust to appoint the investment manager and to manage and assess the assets and under the terms of the trust agreement. The Kaosis TLE investment policy statement was jointly approved by the trustees and chief and counsel on the day of January 25th, 2018. The investment policy statement applies to the management investment of the trust property as defined by the trust agreement and contains investment objectives, guidelines, and monitoring procedures, which is adhered to by the trustees, RBC, Global Asset Management, or the advisor providing the services in connection with the trust. Basically, the policy is we give them a floor and a ceiling, and they have to keep it between them, between the floor and the ceiling, so it can make us money. Under advisement from RBC, right now, he recommended to us that the investment policy statement be amended to shift to the global markets and to reduce the cash holdings as the returns are very low. Right now, with the pandemic, all the investments kind of, they're actually better than I thought they would be. So we're doing quite well with our investments, but he still stated that we should have another look at it to maybe redo it to apply to today's market. The investment performance, the long-term investment strategy, the policy target mix of the first quarter ending March 31st, 2021. And this comes from our policy statement: 5% cash and cashable investments, 45% bonds, fixed incomes, 25% Canadian equities, Phillips Hager's North Canadian Equity Value Fund, 25% global equities, stocks, RBC's Global Equity Focused Fund, and QE Low Volatility Global Equity Fund. That's basically buying investments all over the world in different areas all over the world. Policy target amounts mix. Well, I just went over that. Yeah. The cash and short term is 5%. The asset mix is 4.9%. This is what we're at right now. The fixed income is 45%. We're actually at 41%. Canadian equities are 25%. We're at 26.8%. And the global equities is 25%. We're actually at 26%. And I just mentioned because of the state of the market and because of the pandemic that was switched up, or our manager thought it would be a better idea to go into some of those instead of keeping it the way we have been having it, and he's done quite well. Land acquisition, reserve creation. We have a total of 98,581 acres of land that has been purchased, with 80,000 acres, 80,040 acres turned to reserve status. 3,000 acres of that 98 was sold due to the third party issues, and 15,000 acres we still have at TLE Holdings Inc. and it's in fee simple. We're looking at turning to reserve status. We actually have a meeting with Canada and Saskatchewan next week to go over some of the things that have to be done within the land that we have in order to get it to reserve status. Third party, well, we sold a 3,000 acres because of we couldn't get the complex discharges of and time consuming process costing us paying taxes every year. So we decided to sell. Some of the reasons were it's called gross royalty trust certificates. Saskatchewan gave those out like in the 1930s, and they wouldn't take responsibility and didn't want to distinguish them or extinguish them. So we had no choice but to sell the land. The CDA, the conservation development areas, in addition to third-party interest, the annual property taxes that have been paid becoming costly. Some of these lands were in fee simple for up to 24 years. Some of that land we just sold a couple of months ago was we bought it 24 years ago and still didn't turn into reserve status because of these third-party interests. The trust obtained more than fair market value of these lands. I think it comes up later, but if it's not, I'll just speak on that when it does. This is the land acquisition and reserve creation at the signing of the agreement. This is as of May 20th, just last week. So as of May 20th, our equity acres, how much our settlement agreement agrees that we can buy, and Canada and Saskatchewan agreed to turn it to reserve status, 198,367,000 acres. And I think our shortfall acres, which we reached in 2008, 53,312. Until the shortfall acres was met, we were kind of restricted to how much we were able to pay per acre. So after we achieved that, we were kind of able to go after the urban lands, able to buy better lands for a higher price. Currently, in reserve status, we have 80,000 acres that we turned to reserve status, and we have 15,541 acres that are still fee simple that we're working on to turn to reserve status right now.
You have 2 more slides.
Land acquisition, Cowessess tree land, entitlement, total T land, inventory and reserve. This is pretty well the same what I just went over, I guess. Yeah. Cowessess tree land, entitlement, balance to reach equity acres. So the quantum acres were 198,387 acres. We currently have 90 or 80,000 acres. So we still have like 93,000 acres that we're able to buy that the government is obligated to turn us to reserve status. And trustees working along with the chief and counsel are looking at ways to inject more money into the trust so that we can buy more land and achieve that other 93,000 acres to reserve status for Cowessess.
Good. I think the last slide is just contact information. So I'll bring the slide down here. So anybody want to get hold of TLE, Mr. Chair, there's his contact information.
I forgot to mention that Louis Tiptat is our lands acquisition clerk. She works at the office. Because we don't have that much land, 15,000 acres, and turning that to reserve status, she only works like 3 days a week. It's full-time, part-time kind of thing, and she does a good job. She's well knowledgeable in the lands area.
Thank you, Barry. So when I pin myself, I should show up, but I'm not sure. Oh, I am. Good. All right. Well, thanks, Barry. So detailed, and I'm absolutely. I know. I don't know why I'm not. For some reason, I'm not pinged. I should be the main screen, but I'm probably just a little screen to some of you.
That's how you show.
Is that how? But to you, I'm not.
That's my phone. I can
Oh.
make whoever's talking.
Okay. Anyways, we're gonna make this work. Sorry if I'm not the big screen here. We're trying to figure this out, but Barry, just a few things.
Sure.
TLE sells land. You sell the land because it can't turn to reserve status.
Yes.
Some of the land you've sold recently has been sold for 4 times or even more what we bought it for.
I can't tell you the numbers off the top of my head, but some of the land that we bought, we paid 30,000, 26,000. Over the years, we paid taxes to it, and it's now assessed at sometimes $105,000, $120,000. So that's the assessment that we wanted to sell it for. Plus, we added on all the taxes that we paid all those years on each quarter of land, and we got. I'm confident in saying we got more than what we put together, including the taxes, what we originally paid, and the assessment.
Yeah, and then it goes back into the trust.
It goes straight back into the trust,
trust.
so we can buy more land. Yeah.
The end goal for TLE is to hit quantum, which we still have 98,000 acres to go.
I think 93 or 98.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, yeah.
So with I think we have 15 million in the trust right now. So we're gonna have to figure out long term how to reinvest. But you guys are doing a great job. The pandemic investments have handled well.
They went down a bit. I think in June last year, Gord was showing us at our meeting, but it's gone back up. It's almost recovered in some cases. Some of those equities that globally or nationally Canadians have actually gone up more than what they were back in June and May of last year.
Good. I had one more. Oh, For Trust. The TLE trustees are about to relaunch For Trust in the coming months.
Yeah, thank you.
That's For Trust. Explain a little bit about For Trust.
The For Trust was developed back in I think 2005. I was the chairman back in 2000, 2006, and we developed that because the For Trust is the one and only way that individual members can receive money or get money from the Treaty Land Entitlement Trust. And so we put that together. It's kind of been on hold for a while, but it's coming back. I got the word from the Chief and Counsel that we're going to be handling that again. It's anything to this education, agriculture, sports and recreation, and developments. And there's different phases to it, different levels to it, individual levels. You can get so much every 2 years if you want to buy a computer, if you want to pay for your hockey fees or your lacrosse fees or something like that. There's other levels where if you want to develop a business, you can get that money. And the community, there's even room for community. The First Nations Chief and Council can access that money if they want to develop, like say if they're going to fix up the old rink, or they're going to redo the ball diamonds or something like that. Even the arbor or the new
So it's like our own CDC. So get ready, citizens. We're relaunching our For Trust. I have nothing else on TLE. I just want to go to see if was there any questions.
There was a comment. It's great to see women as the trustees finally a great job, trustees.
Nice. I just wanted to totally nothing about TLE, but I'm wearing my Ethan Bear jersey today. I'm a Flames fan by heart, but totally about ending racism. Hockey's for everyone. You raise some very good athletics. You are someone of an athlete. Any comments on what's going on in this world with sports?
Well, when this came up with Ethan and last week, I was thinking about my kids, and I remember we started out in Grenfell and Broadview. Then in order for them to play better hockey, better coaching, so I thought I brought them to Esterhazy. And the very first time that I brought them there, I remember this one young kid saying, "Oh no, not one of them." And I thought, "Oh shucks."
Yeah.
But it actually worked all out, because now that one of those, that same guy is my oldest son Tony is kind of his buddy.
Oh yeah.
And he's right from Esterhazy.
Yeah.
In junior hockey, my oldest son Tony was listed by Esteban, and he went there to try out. And after one of the practices to try out, someone took his stick or put his equipment in another room and stuff. So he just quit. But we went over to Waiwisi-Capo, and he played there for a while. With my younger son BL or Barry, he played for 4 years in Yorkton, and there's many things there. He was one of the better players, and never got rewarded for it. And even some of the fans said your boy was the best player there, and they still didn't reward him. They'd come up to me and tell me that at the awards night and stuff.
He won a championship there.
He won 2 of them.
Yeah, I remember that.
Got beat out in the national championship in the second year, but I did.
And then your grandson is a lacrosse player.
My big boy. Taylor, he named him after my dad. My daughter's boy. He's like he's bigger than me, and he's probably twice the weight of me too. But he plays lacrosse, and he plays goal. He's at the the provincial level.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. And this year, hopefully, he's going to be going to the national
That's right.
tournament. Yeah.
Our Cowessess athletes deserve to be at the best, and we wear jerseys today because we don't go to that low level, we take the high level. So
I was gonna try and find one this morning, and I couldn't, so I phoned my buddy, and he wasn't home, of course, he's already gone.
you should have pulled out the 70s Cowessess Indians jersey. I don't know if we have
I was
anymore.
telling the staff there, I have when the Mighty Ducks first came out, I have one of those, but they're not wearing that one.
Any last comments or questions?
One last question. So how does one apply to for trust?
There is an application process. We are going to be meeting. We have to meet with Chief and Counsel in order to set a budget, and then we will be sending out, or we will be posting it probably on the website where they can download it and apply, and with all the explanation with the trust itself and the rules, and then the application, and there's a kind of a process in the application. So we'll be putting that out probably on the website. As soon as we can meet with the Chief and Counsel.
So Chess Squad, just for a little bit longer. We kind of gave you the preview, and we'll roll it out as quick as we can. And so just we'll market it as best we can. Well, thank you, Barry. Tell the trustees, keep up the great work, Lois, and we'll move on to our next presentation. So thank you again. All right, our next presentation is going to be on the on Zoom. So I'm gonna pin, and I don't know if it shows, but it should it does on mine, but I don't know why it doesn't show on the actual. I'm looking at the screens beside me, but good afternoon, Eva.
Hello.
Oh, there we go. I can hear you. So Eva Coles is our CEO of Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge. It's our newly launched child welfare organization. And Eva, what would you like me to do first? I know you have a video you want to share. Did you want me to give the screen to somebody?
Yeah, before, I have myself fully on, but then it shows me muted at the same time. It's kind of funny.
Okay, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm showing my video too, so it's not showing up.
Did you want me to give you screen privilege? Okay, I'm gonna make you I'll give you a screen privilege, and then you could share your screen.
Okay.
Is that what you're looking for, Eva?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I can come on after the video. Maybe I'll just say hello first. I do greetings first, and then I'll go to Nicole for a video. Does that work?
Okay, and sorry. Oh, there's Nicole. I see Nicole. So I'm gonna give Nicole host privileges, and then you do your thing right now, Eva.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I just realized, and I never thought in my time that I would get invited to Coach's Corner and we could talk hockey. But here we are. And I don't have a jersey, but when I come on screen, you'll see that I'm wearing the colors and jersey for Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge today. So I just wanted to say, good afternoon or good early evening to Chief and Counsel and elders that are among us. Thank you to whoever did the prayer. I was in another meeting at the start of this. And I'd like to acknowledge that we have board members from Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge on today, as well as a few of our staff. So if there's additional questions, they're here to answer them. And it's been an exciting, a few years for many, exciting year for me, and extremely busy since we launched April 1st. So we're actually headed into 2 months. It's hard to believe it already. And what we thought we would do is we'd like to show the nation members that are on here who haven't had the chance to take a peek at our website and to show you our launch video. So if you weren't able to come in on April 1st and see what was happening that day, we thought we'd give you a little clip of that. So Nicole, if you have that set up, we're ready to go.
Did you see it up there, Eva?
Just for like 2 seconds it was there. And then all of a sudden Denise was there.
Yeah, it showed up, Nicole, for about 2 seconds.
Okay, so you can see it?
There we are.
There we go. There's a real good looking guy on your screen right now.
I know.
His name is Vanna.
Apparently. Okay, I will start the video here. So this is our website here. All of our contact information is right up at the top, as well as you can see all of these little clicks. You can just, it'll take you right to Eagle Women's Tribunal webpage. We have photos. Our board of directors they're also on here. So if you just click on Johnny Z, it'll give you his bio and his contact information. If everybody, if you need any, if you need communication with anyone. And then we also have our team listed on here as well. So just navigate around if you guys want. Right now, I'm going to show you the video just to start us off.
April 1st, 2021, Cowessess First Nation asserts jurisdiction over children in care and prevention services for our citizens. As far back as 1951, this jurisdiction was removed from us without our consent. Our predecessor leadership, our kokums and mushums, our family, protected as best they could. And today is the proud day for Cowessess because we now have that jurisdiction back, and we will control our destiny moving forward when it comes to protecting and enhancing our children. Today is a day that's very special in history of Cowessess. Because if there's one thing that every one of us do, it's to make sure that our children have a better life than we did. To make sure that our children could be dreamers, that they don't have to go through what some of us have seen in this life. And that's what makes today so special. In the last 2 years, Cowessess has been on this journey of creating something from an idea, from a coffee that an elder and a chief had at a house on this reserve. That let's do this. Let's just not talk about it and find excuses of why we shouldn't. But let's just do it, because that's the Cowessess way.
To create a family-connected model, a child welfare system that is better than we've ever seen before, and we will work towards a gradual transfer of any children that need to come home. We'll build a center of excellence. It doesn't mean that all children are coming home, as the chief said, but those that need to come home absolutely will. Children are our future. They're our responsibility. They're not just Cowessess kids. All of the children in Canada, they are our responsibility. They will become our future. We need to help them grow.
As old ones, we are grateful that this day has come. And to all the children, we call you home where it is safe, where it is culturally appropriate, and where, as the saying goes, it takes a community to raise a child. 7 different treaty areas, the 72, 74 First Nations, the 110 communities, the 140,000 First Nation citizens. We bring our congratulations, and we stand with you as we take our children into that better day.
We send you home from a wish. We send you home from a prayer. We send you home, and you sing back. We give you kisses to help you grow, and songs to let you know that you are loved. As we give you roots, you gave us wings, and through you we are born again. Our everyday miracle, our everyday smile, our forever home is inside of you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for choosing us. Thank you for becoming the best of all of us. We send you home Thank you for singing back. Welcome to the world. We love you.
Thank you, Nicole. Just want to introduce Nicole Cook. She's the Associate CEO for Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge and doing a fantastic job with us. And Nicole has also received a welcome home by taking a job to come home and work for her own nation. So I'm going to ask Vanna if he could bring up our PowerPoint slides. Do you have to give back host?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I have to give back host, I think, so I'll give him.
Okay, once I get back host, Eva, I'll share your slides. Thank you, Nicole.
Yes, there you go.
We're getting used to this Zoom, everybody. Sorry about the delay. All righty, so I'm gonna move right on. Okay, so Eva, I'm your Vanna White. You just tell me to go to the next slide.
Okay, I think you can go to the next slide. Because we were talking about April 1st is what you should be aware of at this point in time is that the fiscal agreement as well as the coordination agreement that go along with the new law, with the Mia-Pimitswan Act and with the federal law are currently completed and on their way to the Prime Minister's office for signing. And we're very hopeful that we're going to get that positive response really quickly and that official document signed. And I don't know, Chief, if you wanted to say any more on that, but that's where we currently are. We had a celebratory meeting last week to thank everyone from the team because we were officially done the coordination agreement meetings.
Absolutely. It was a great year of talks, and I'll bring it up when John and I talk at the Chief and Counsel time.
Okay, perfect. So year one, we are shooting for a 2-year agreement. That's where we're headed, and we've finalized that funding amount. We're, as you say, we're yet to have that signed, and what it will include is the startup money. So starting up Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge, the capital, so any buildings that might go along with that, our operations, prevention, protection, the startup of protection services, all our data and software and dispute resolution services, you name it. It is.
Eva, we can't hear you. I'm not sure if everybody else lost your volume.
Okay.
We can hear.
I can hear her.
Okay. Let me know. I'll stay still.
Hear you. Nicole, can you hear her?
Oh, Nicole, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Let me know if I'll just try and stay really still, just in case that's me trying to be animated.
No, I think everybody else can hear you.
Yeah, we can all hear.
All righty. All right. The biggest difference with an agreement like this and what makes it unique in Canada that other First Nations aren't experiencing is that the line between on and off reserve has disappeared. For Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge, we will serve all 4,300 citizens across the country. And so that's a big thing to do, is to figure out how we will do that. And so far, our aim is to set up our prevention services to go across Canada. And we've learned a lot virtually of how to offer a lot of different programming virtually. And then we are also working on child protection files across Canada already. So we have Cowessess families in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, obviously, Manitoba, we've recently had one in New Brunswick. And so we are tracking all of their court involvement and working with social workers in regards to their cultural connections, etc. So it's a big amount of work because we actually haven't hired all our staff yet. So we're doing a great job so far, and really getting into that. In terms of prevention in the coordination agreement, the areas that we will be funded for, but we are not yet, but we will be, are prenatal, postnatal, youth services, family services, healing and trauma services, protection services, all for on and off reserve as the years go by. So we do have a strategic plan that the community was invited to be part of, and we also have a 5-year plan. So, Vanda, you're going too fast. Okay, so one back, perfect. So currently, if you called our office, and we have many more offices or programs than this, is we're offering women's programs, men's programs, mental health activities, individual counseling, equine therapy or horse therapy, fitness passes, personal care packages, family circles, cultural connections, and cultural packages. So these are for children in care. The cultural connections is, a lot of it has been for children in care, but some adults living away from Cowessess have requested different things be mailed to them from Cowessess as well. We have a lot of interest in cultural connection from Cowessess people from all over the country. It's already happening. We have a 1-800 number and a contact us, and we do have families contacting us every week, asking us for things that they just have questions for us. And mostly on the child welfare side, because we are just in startup, is we are advocating for families, any families that need us by their side because they've become involved in child protection, is we're right there with them. And I haven't been counting exactly, but I can already count on 2 hands in 2 months how many children have not come into care, and I have something about that coming up. I wanted to mention on this list as well as we have Sacred Wolf Lodge, which is a healing home for families. And our next entry is July. We do have a waiting list for it already, and it's getting out there with other families who want to come and heal their families. There are parents in Saskatchewan that have their children in care, and this is an opportunity to be united and work through a program together. So we will have two units, by one in July and one in August, that will be available for whole family care and treatment. Some families do have to go to addiction treatment before they enter our home, but we assess each and every one. So that is happening, and we already have some calls from other communities asking us what we're doing. They've heard some good things, so that's one thing that we're up to. So, Chief, thank you. We were asked to talk a little bit about the challenges, and everything is a challenge or an opportunity at this point, and everything right now is about startup. So it is everything every day. Today, this particular day, we moved. That was a challenge today, and we moved to the bank space in the mall at Cowessess, and the space right beside it as well that has up until now been Justice. So those 2 spaces will be ours on reserve. And then we're doing a search for some office space in Regina as well. So we are in startup. We are 2 months old and developing a model, and we have a design team that's working with us, made up of mostly Cowessess citizens and a few professionals, outside professionals, helping us develop a model. And what we're realizing as a team is healing colonization is a huge goal. Our motto has been lately is whatever the old system was doing, we need to find a way to do the opposite. And what will that look like? So we're looking at whole family care, healing lots of deep trauma work. It's coming in fairly regularly. Families are ready to make change. So it's big work coming. So right now we're hiring staff every week. We'll be announcing new people that are coming to work with us, and the candidates have been fantastic, absolutely fantastic, that are coming our way. Many Kaosis citizens looking for their opportunity to work for their own nation, which is really exciting. We're setting up all of our systems, everything from IT, finance, HR, communications, absolutely every single thing is underway right now. And our board of directors is also equally as busy figuring out what the structure is going to be, all the business of being a board, the bylaws, policies, making sure all of that is in place, which they've had in place for some time, and we're moving towards the good work in that area. And right now, I realize what we're missing right now is we're having to talk to all of citizens and a lot of children in care virtually. And really what they need is our personal touch. We need to go out and hopefully soon hug a few people and shake hands with a few others and really get to meet people. And we're looking forward to that. We're doing virtually distant visits with some of the kids in care, and it's just not the same. So hopefully soon we'll be able to do better there. And we also, this was spoken about on our launch date, but we've asked permission to share. But there is a family at Cowessess where we used the Mi'kmaq 1 Act already, and their grandchildren came home to Cowessess, and I know that's on the next slide of a celebration. So maybe we'll go there and talk about that. So we did have a family of 4 children who were in foster care in New Brunswick, and they are now at Cowessess, and they are no longer in foster care. And that's a really great thing. We've also had several children that are reunited with their parents after long separations, after a long time that the children were in care. In this last month, we've celebrated with a few moms who had their children in care, and they are doing great, sober and ready to go. So we're happy about that. And a lot of this is being achieved through family circles and being connected to culture, and our staff really going the distance to give people, meet them where they're at and speak to them in real terms. And Cowessess staff talking to Cowessess citizens about issues is working really well. People are opening up, and they know that a lot of our staff know also where they've been. So youth in other provinces, we've been able to connect up with some youth in other provinces that have turned 18 or about to turn 18, and we're inviting them to come home to Cowessess this summer, and hopefully that will work out. And some of them are very, what should I say, they're nervous and never been to Cowessess, so we're encouraging them and working hard to make sure that they can come. And we've ordered a number of teepees for cultural camp, and hopefully they'll come to culture camp, come to powwow, and you'll get to meet some more Cowessess young people. And basically with these youth and young ones is raising their pride in being a Cowessess person. We get a mixed reaction from different kids that we work with. Some want nothing to do with Cowessess because they really don't know anything. And others have been craving the opportunity to get to know more about their identity. So the last point is I can confidently let you know that no children from Cowessess on reserve have been removed from their homes in the last 5 months. Any agreements that are currently on the reserve are voluntary. It's parents working with us and with the ministry. And there are no children in care on Cowessess right now that are Cowessess citizens. And so that's where we stand right now. And the newest protocol, it's one of the first in the country with the government of Saskatchewan, is in place. It's been sent out to all of Chief and Counsel. which means that if there is any calls about child welfare investigations being needed on Cowessess, that one of our staff will attend to ensure that Cowessess citizens have their voice heard, that all of the laws are being respected, and that all possible services are being offered to that family and those children. So that's our celebration section. And that nears the end of our presentation. I believe there's one more slide, and then we'll be open for questions. And here's Riley again.
Awesome. Thank you, Eva. Thank you, Nicole. I just wanted to make a few quick comments and then see if there was no questions, we'll move on. I just wanted to mention that as of April 1st, Kaosis has reasserted our jurisdiction over our children in protection, our prevention for families. We decide how much we want to oversee, and as you see in the plan from Eva, we're going to do it gradually to the ultimate, what we can handle. We don't want to take too much at the beginning because we don't want anything negative to be felt. Every province we've worked with so far, jurisdiction-wise, has been welcoming, and we're the only First Nation in Canada to get to this point. So it's been a very solid team, Chief and Counsel supporting, Chief Red Bear overseeing it, and we've been doing a great job. So good job, Eva. I just wanted to give a shout out to Vice Chief Dutch. I seen him watching earlier. He was in the video, so thanks, Dutch. I just seen you in the video, very supportive as well. Is there anything, questions, comments? Okay, Eva, well, thank you very much. Thank you, Nicole. We're going to move on to our next presentation. Okay.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work, and thank you to the board that are watching.
Come down to the bank and see us.
I'm going to unpin you. Oh, no, I didn't even pin you. I thought I pinned you. All right, I seen Catherine. There we go. Oh, saw. I seen it. I seen. Don't tease my grammar, Counselor Denise. I seen Catherine. Hi, Catherine.
Hello.
Catherine is our acting CEO of Ventures. So really quickly, before I bring Catherine up, I just wanted to share this again. So yesterday, we predominantly focused on administration. That's this chartboard with the pencil. Executive Director Angie and the directors did a great job. We already had TLE Barry. We had Chief Red Bear Eva. Now we're about to do Ventures. Little Child is coming up. Mickey One will be talked about, Eagle Woman Tribunal. Then we'll end the evening with Counsel, giving each their own chance to give an update. So Catherine, good afternoon. So Catherine, did you want me to get right into the PowerPoint slide?
Sure. So good evening, everyone. I do have an apology. My slides are kind of boring compared to everyone else's. I'm out at the lake on holidays and I kind of have intermittent access to the internet, so they're very boring. Jessica's is coming up with the project part of the presentation, and hers are much more animated and have more pictures. So you'll have the board first. Okay, if we could move on, I'm just going to run through the highlights from the December 19 to November 20 fiscal year. It's going to be a few activities here in Cowessess Ventures. So that's the entity that we are talking about right now. So our highlights for this year were that we hired a community energy specialist in February of 2020. So that was Daphne Kaye, and she is a Kaosis member, so we're very lucky to have her with us. I was hired in May of 2020 as the financial controller. And it's funny that Barry had mentioned about the signing of TLE in March of 1996, because I was actually there. I worked for Cowessess for probably about 2 years. It's the director of finance at that time. Came from Yorkton Tribal Council, and then I worked with TLE after that. So it's a long time for some of us around to remember back, but yes, I was actually at that TLE signing in March of 1996 for Cowessess. Glad. Another I guess Cowessess member that we hired was our summer student. Camille Ermine worked with us for a term position. She was with us for 3 months in the summer, last summer. So she worked primarily with me in finance, and it was very good to have her. Of course, with COVID, we weren't doing a lot of promotional activities or advertising or anything. So she ended up having the accounting clerk position there with me in finance when we started transitioning the books. Camille did leave us, and so we ended up hiring a permanent accounting clerk position, and we hired another Cowessess member, Jessica Sparvier. And she had worked with the band finance department previously, so she fit right into Cowessess Ventures, and she works with me predominantly on the stores and all of the smaller entities as well. So highlight last summer, we transitioned the books of account for the business entities to Cowessess Ventures in July of 2020. So those books that came over were for ANEDC, Wind Development, 4C Farms, and the stores, both stores 1 and 2. Also had converted the Cowessess Venture books to the same software and transitioned the human resources for all of the entities to Cowessess Ventures in October as well. There was some staff training that we completed during the year, and we also recently completed all of the entity audits for 1920, and our annual report hopefully will be out within the next 2 weeks or so. We've just finished our audits, and the auditors will be sending us the final financial statements, which will be included in that annual report. And as I mentioned, due to COVID, there were no sponsored events or gatherings, so it was kind of status quo in Cowessess Ventures for the last year. Okay. Next slide here is we did not pursue any investment opportunities, of course, as due to COVID, there was reduced funding coming to Cowessess Ventures, and as such, we had no investment capital. So we're looking forward to hopefully getting some of that in within the next few years to make some new investment opportunities and look at some new decisions. We also had Daphne assist with some Cowessess initiatives and projects, such as that solar panel installation and the training that occurred on Cowessess over the last few months. And we'll have, as I mentioned, we'll have Jessica Nixon presenting our updates on the current projects.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Catherine, I accidentally muted you. I was trying to pin you. My bad.
Okay.
Technology error on my end. And just to let you know, Catherine, Jessica's on as well. So whenever you want her to speak up.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Hi, Jessica.
Hi. Okay. Are we ready to go?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
I'll just finish off here with
sure.
the stores and then transfer it over.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Our plan going forward for December 20 to November 21 is, I'm sure a lot of you know, that the 4C Farms has been transitioned back to Cowessess, and that happened in December. So Jessica and the team at Cowessess will be looking after the farm operations this year and going forward. This year, we also focused on completing our current projects, that was development and construction, and optimized operations in the remaining business entities. We also wanted an emphasis on profitability with the entities we already have. So that was something we're focusing on in this current year. We also had to reduce operations in Cowessess Ventures this year due to COVID and our funding availability. And just a note, Jessica is the position of project director for Cowessess Ventures and director of economic development for Cowessess. So she presented yesterday as part of the administration area, I believe. And we're currently recruiting for a new CEO. Okay, so if we can go on to Cowessess Gas and Grocery. Okay, some highlights from December of 2019 to November of 2020. As an essential service, both store locations remained open throughout the pandemic, and our staff worked very hard to provide a safe environment while continuing to serve the customers. Our store manager Tricia, left us in November of 2020. We thank her for her years of service and her hard work. We did hire a new store manager, DJ Singh, and he started with us on February 1st of 2021. As I mentioned before, we had received direction from the board to focus on some profitability with our existing entities. Of course, contribute to those entities to provide investment capital and also to give back to Cowessess. So we started with reviewing some of the charge accounts, and people will have noticed that at the store. We wanted to focus on collecting some outstanding amounts and establishing new credit terms for those charge accounts. We also reviewed some operations and identified areas for improvement. And again, due to COVID, we had no sponsored events or gatherings throughout the year. Okay, we have one more slide, Mr. Chair. Okay. Oh, two more slides, I guess. So in conjunction with our store manager, he will be working with the venture staff and the store supervisors in 5 main areas this year. So we're wanting to optimize the staff, make sure the staff has training, and revise the wage and benefit structure. We want to promote and maintain workplace. We want to review and optimize our product costing, our inventory control, and our sales margins. We want to revise and develop the procedures, processes, and policies in the areas of operations, human resources, and finance. And also explore new business opportunities, perhaps new product lines or franchises. That will be probably a year down the road once we have done all of the analysis on the current business entities. So we have one more slide. And the store manager will be working on the following. So focusing on collections and keeping the charge accounts current. Developing a functional just-in-time inventory system at both store locations, holding regular health and safety meetings, and participating in the new Occupational Health Committee. We'll be facilitating training for the staff, focusing on cleanliness, safety, and professionalism at both store locations, and also investing in the staff and making the stores a preferred place to shop and work. So that's all for my part. Yeah.
Catherine, thank you. And just before we go to the next slide, there was 2 questions. One was yesterday, and then one was today about the store. The first question is when are the charge accounts going to reopen? And then the second question, it was more of a comment. It was kind of a question, but assuring that someone with a disability has an equal chance of getting a job at the store. So I just wanted to bring them up now, as we keep our comments in the chat box and those were brought up. But yeah, if you had any comments on the charge accounts.
Yeah, we did implement just a new application form. So if anyone would like their charge account reopened, it's just to fill that out. And it's just, we clarified some of the terms, the payment terms and the credit terms, and we also simplified the form. So if anybody wants to reopen their account, just grab an application from either location and just submit it back to the store location.
Perfect. All right. And the goons are going to be looking for the ones with outstanding accounts? I'm just teasing.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. I'll move on to the next slide. Oh, I guess this is just the first. Okay.
First section.
I didn't add in a second section. I'm not sure if there was a second section. What section, other slides were we talking?
Jessica's.
Who sent them? Jessica, did you send them? Give me one, Jessica, if you wanted to start talking, and just give me a minute here.
She's on mute.
Oh, Jessica, you're on mute.
On mute.
Okay, no worries. I think Rhoda emailed the slides yesterday to you, Chief, but that's okay. Yeah, so the first project under CVL that we wanted to talk about was the much long-awaited. We tried to keep it quiet, but I don't really think it was a secret for the last little while. But the construction of the Tim Hortons restaurant on the corner of Albert and 7th in Regina. So when you folks drive by, you'll see construction is underway. Basically the structure of the project is such that Cowessess Ventures entered into a head lease with Her Majesty the Queen for that property located on Albert Street. And from there, Cowessess Ventures then turned around and entered into a sublease agreement with Tim Hortons Corporate. And Tim Hortons Corporate has agreed to lease that location for the next 20 years. So this is a very long-term and stable lease. And what they're leasing is both the land and the building. And so in return, essentially, Cowessess Ventures is the developer, the landowner on behalf of Cowessess First Nation, but the developer of the project as well. And so the one key thing to note is that Cowessess Ventures will not be operating the restaurant itself, but rather Tim Hortons has a fairly strict kind of guideline of who the franchisees are. And so the family who owns the Makora developments, they will be the family running the franchise. And they have about 4 other locations in Regina. They have the one just beside our urban office. They have the one on Winnipeg Street, the one in Harbor Landing, and the one on 4th Avenue. So the really interesting thing about this is I've seen on the community Facebook page a couple people saying, like, why are we building a Tim Hortons? There's one just a couple blocks up the street. And the really interesting thing is that the one on 4th Avenue, the corner of 4th and Albert, will actually be closing down. And as you can all imagine, one of the prime reasons is because it doesn't have a drive-through. And in today's environment, a fast food restaurant amidst COVID without a drive-through presence is challenging. So they will be closing that one and relocating that location to our site. So we're very excited. The project so far is just to give you an analysis on who's been involved so far. We hired a company called GL Smith, their preferred Tim Hortons design firm, to do the architecture and engineering. We've hired a company called Dillon Consulting to do the site civil work. And the total project cost, a combination of land and building, is $3.5 million. And so we've taken out we've taken a loan with First Nations Bank of Canada over the 20-year period of the lease. And once we service our debt, we're expecting an 8% rate of return back to Cowessess Ventures for this particular development. So we're quite excited to actually have our first land development project in the ground. Could you bump ahead to the next slide, please? So one of the key, so you can see on the right hand side of the screen here, this is a site layout. And if you look on the very most right side, that's Albert Street, and it kind of gives you a sense as you pull into the site. It's a very large site. It's actually going to have 17 cars fitting in the drive-through at one time. So they call it a double stacking lane, which will be quite handy, we think. Having the Tim Hortons in the parking lot where we're at, we know it gets quite congested. So in terms of the contractor, last August, we issued a full-blown RFP to seek competitive pricing. We had 4 companies respond, and through that process, Westridge was awarded the contract based on the most economic price, their experience, and their ability to meet our schedule. On-site construction started on April 19th. This week actually is going to be, this next week coming up will be an exciting one. The walls should start standing this next week, so it'll start to look more like a building. And by September 15th, we'll be turning it over to Tim Hortons, and they'll start their interior fit ups of the counters and the millwork and all that kind of stuff. And it should be open to the public by December. I also have had some community members ask like who is actually doing the construction and who is doing the building. And so here's a list of the subcontractors who are and have been awarded to work under Westridge as the general contractor. And so what we've asked Westridge to do is we put a call out for resumes, community members with construction experience, and we have passed those on to Westridge. Westridge has hired one individual to work on their crew, and they also passed additional the resumes off to the other subcontractors. And I do believe a couple of them have picked through those resumes and have selected a couple folks. So that was the result of the call out that we had on social media a little while ago for construction workers. And if there's anybody still who has experience in any of these different disciplines, please feel free to email us your resumes and we'll get them directly to these subcontractors for consideration. So that's the TIMS project. I saw in the chats come up, somebody said something about what about the medical center? Great question. And the key answer to that is this particular Tim Hortons is only taking up the corner lot. So this is only taking up the space where the former Smith's Insurance Mall is. There's still that whole middle lot where Buffet Village used to be, which won't be consumed by the Tim Hortons. And we're actively doing planning work for the medical center / office building on that property, which we hope to have a more solidified update for you folks in the fall on that one. So hopefully that answers your question. Moving on, one of the other, so that's our active land development, urban development project we have on the go. One of our other operating entities under the Cowessess Ventures portfolio is the Cowessess Wind Development. So this is our existing wind turbine and solar panels just southeast of Regina. So this project really is a money maker for the nation. It generates about $30,000 in revenue each month for the power that's, well, between 25 and 30,000, depends how windy and sunny it is, of course. And so the really important thing about having that existing asset and getting our feet wet back in 2013 in renewables has allowed us to build a nest egg, which has enabled us to make our cash calls on our Cowessess solar project, which I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about. So it's really fueling the development for more renewables work on behalf of Cowessess. There's just a couple comments here around the maintenance at the site. We have Saskatchewan Research Council. They've provided support to the site from an engineering perspective since we've commissioned, and we've just re-signed another annual maintenance agreement with them. And so when things happen, like there's additional ice building up on the turbines, or there's a system failure, or for some reason the system shuts down, they're the ones that are getting the alerts and the notifications, and they're the ones that are dispatching their engineering team to resolve those things. But we're really fortunate this year. We've had very minor outages, and they haven't been for very long. So we haven't seen, we really haven't seen any negative impact to our revenue from that piece of things. So yeah, that is Cowessess Wind Development. We're happy to have this this kind of longer term asset in our back pocket, because it's sure fueling the growth on new initiatives. We can move on to the next slide. So the next project, which we've had community engagement sessions on the past and we've talked about, but now it's time for us to give you a much more detailed update on, is the 10 megawatt utility scale solar facility. And so there's many aspects to this project. So I'll just kind of walk through them in a little bit of a bundled format. So what is the deal with SaskPower that we have? We've signed again a 20-year fixed price contract with SaskPower to sell them up to 10 megawatts of solar generation annually. So that would be about enough power to fuel or to power 40,000 homes. So this is a significant sized utility project. We've gone through the site engineering and optimization work over the last number of months. And so we've actually procured 13.7 megawatts of solar panels, which is a slightly higher amount than what we have to sell. But as you folks know, it's not always 100% sunny. And there are some system losses. So we need to oversize the project so that at all times we can deliver what our maximum amount is to SaskPower. We've also concluded our facilities interconnection with SaskPower. So you're probably wondering, what the heck is that? Well, basically we can build a solar farm, but we actually physically have to interconnect that to the SaskPower grid. And there's a lot of engineering work that goes around that. And there's also some costs associated with that SaskPower bears. So it's a pretty critical piece of the project development. And the completion of that, along with posting some security, most recently allowed us to achieve notice to proceed with SaskPower. And so we're currently targeting a date of February 15th of 2022 for all of the construction on site to be finished and then to work into the commissioning of the system. In terms of our partnership, now, gosh, Cowessess and Cowessess Ventures on our own, we don't have the expertise to develop a project of this scale independently. And so we've partnered with a company called Elemental Energy, and we've been working with them since 2017. And the way it works is ENEDC, which is a subsidiary of Cowessess Ventures, owns 51% of Oasis Solar, and Elemental owns 49%. Most recently, we also have the opportunity to buy up to 95% of the project from our partners over the first 5 years. So in 5 years, you can definitely see that we have the ability to own this project almost in its entirety. So our partners, they provide the development services, they oversee the construction management, and once the facility is running, they're also going to provide asset management on an annual basis to the project. And from our side of things, we bring the land. It's going to be situated on Cowessess First Nation land. And we also bring equity contribution to the project. I'll talk a little bit more about that in just 1 second here. If you could flip to the next slide. So everybody's probably curious about the financial considerations of this project. So this is a $21.7 million project. Well, I guess you see here, sorry, 20.8 is our capital budget. Sorry, I had the wrong number there. And ENEDC has been successful in writing a grant to Infrastructure Canada, the Green Stream. And we were successfully awarded $3.5 million payable grant. And this is huge. This is fantastic for Cowessess.
Jessica, turn off your video just so your cell works better. Breaking up, and then see if your audio is better.
Is that better? Hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. We're good to go?
Good to go.
Okay. So the other really cool thing is we've made a second application to have been also approved as a repayable contribution. It's over 10 years that we into the project. So that really helps us meet our equity requirements, and the remaining of the project financing, which will be about $16.8 million, will come from a financial, well, a loan from Silicon Valley Bank. And so this is non-recourse project financing terms with some lowest rates. So we're pretty pleased with that. So currently we're forecasting that this project will generate approximately $350,000 per year in pre-tax cash flow for ANEDC over the 20-year life of the project, or over the 20 years that we have our signed PPA with SaskPower, I should say. And it's key to note that we've structured the debt to align with the term of the PPA. So for the first 20 years, we will produce power, we'll sell it to SaskPower, we'll repay our loan, and all while we're doing that, we'll be earning $350,000 a year. And then after the year 20, the plant will still be fully functioning up until the year 35, but we're just not sure what our returns will be in those years because we would have to renegotiate an agreement with SaskPower at that point in time. So we're quite excited to have this in our portfolio. And do you want to just skip ahead to the next slide? I think we're almost nearing the last one. Oh, could you, yeah, the next slide. There we go. So in terms of the project, we've seen significant pressures as a result of COVID and the pricing that you guys have all heard. The price of wood has gone up, the price of steel has gone up, and since the new president in the US has got in, his mandates related to green energy has definitely increased the demand for solar modules and renewables. So where we're at on the project is we have executed the purchase order with a company from Hong Kong to procure the solar panels. So we've purchased approximately $3.5 million worth of panels, and they're currently being delivered in Hong Kong. They'll be shipped by boat and they'll be delivered to our site in September. We've completed the civil engineering work as of May, and Cowessess Driver, which is a Cowessess company, will be doing the on-site road building work. We'll be building approximately 1 kilometer of roadway in the site. So we will be looking for heavy equipment operators from Cowessess to join that project for the months of July and August. And one of the next things on our project to-do list is to issue request for proposals for the general contractor, who will be the company who will come in and basically coordinate all the crews to install the racking and the piling and the solar panels and do all the electrical commissioning work. So that contract hasn't been awarded yet, but we do have a short list already established. So in terms of schedule, June, as mentioned, we'll award the general contractor. July, we'll begin the site roadworks with Cowessess Driver. In August, we'll be doing the piling, which is putting all the posts in the ground. Then in September, the racking and the solar modules will be delivered to site, and then they'll start bolting all of the components together. And we are going to be working through the winter, and we do expect to have construction completion in February and the site commissioning to follow. So if you want to bump to the next slide, this is a project layout slide that kind of gives you an idea of the magnitude of this project. You can just go to the next slide. Yeah. So basically this square that you see here with these shaded black lines is a quarter section of land, the square that you see in front of you. And up near the top is where the wind turbine and solar panels currently are. And all of this gray shaded area will be covered in solar panels into the future. So there's some additional detail here that you can read while we maybe open up for questions. So that's really the summary I have on the project. This has been a long time in the making, and we are getting ready to move into construction later this year. So very exciting for Cowessess.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Jessica. Ventures is doing a lot. That was just capturing a few of the things that we're doing. Is there any comments or questions for Ventures? Okay, well, Catherine, you have been with Cowessess off and on for, I don't want to age you, but at least 25 years. So always good to have you back in the family. Catherine is our financial controller for Ventures, currently our acting CEO. We're about to post for a CEO. We got a couple of vacant board positions. So Catherine, we will make sure that we you drive the ship for us. And Jessica, you're doing an amazing job. You let Daphne know and everybody else on the team. Jessica, I know Jessica Sparvier works there too. So you let everybody know they're doing a great job. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Thanks, Catherine. Thanks, Jessica. Okay, next we got on is Eagle Woman Tribunal. I muted Bob. I got to ask to unmute you now. Sorry, Bob, I was silencing you and I muted Jonathan Leroy at one point. I apologize, Jonathan, if you had a question. I didn't mean to silence you. I was just had background noise there. Bob, give us a good afternoon sound.
Don San, welcome Magentek.
Oh, so traditional, Bob. Hang on, just go. Where did you go on my screen here? All right, I'm going to pin you just so people know where your screen is. I'm going to bring up your PowerPoint. Where's my PowerPoint? All right, Bob. I'll introduce Bob. So Bob is our manager, or I don't know if I'm getting that title right, of Eagle Woman Tribunal. It's our newest entity that we just created. Just wait, I just got to stop sharing some stuff here. Bob is
he's the Eagle Woman Tribunal Administrator, Chief.
Administrator, thank you very much. Without further ado, Bob, the floor is yours.
Okay,
Oh, why do I do that?
Yes, unmute himself.
Bob, I muted you by accident. I don't know why I have a trigger finger to mute people. I don't know why tonight. I need you to unmute, Bob.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Sorry about that, Bob. I have a trigger finger when I get around the mute button tonight. So what was your question, Bob?
No, I just said Mule Gisagal.
Okay, sounds good. It is a great day. So go ahead, Bob.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you to Cowessess citizens and Chief and Counsel. As a newbie with Cowessess, I certainly feel just so fortunate to be part of what all the good things are happening with Cowessess, and I absolutely feel just this, since I've been working with Eagle Women Tribunal, the learning curve for me has been just tremendous, and so I thank you for the opportunity. And certainly I enjoy working with Counselor Denise and the amazing patience and vision she has in putting up with me. Without further ado, I want to talk about the Eagle Woman Tribunal, which is our oversight committee, as it was initially called, but it's our quasi-judicial authority of the Kaosis First Nation, and it operates under, excuse me, Mi'kmaq Act, and through our Eagle Woman Tribunal terms of reference and procedures, which are now in final draft, going to Chief and Counsel for final approval as well. But what's under those legislations, and of course the resolution from Chief and Counsel supporting Eagle Woman, those documents, those legislations which support Eagle Woman Tribunal. Our mandate for the tribunal is really very simple. It's one is to and I love this, the first First Nation in Canada to do this, to review and make child welfare decisions regarding Kaosis children in care in conjunction with the Red Bear Children's Lodge. That's so powerful. And secondly, to hear appeals from Kaosis citizens regarding their conflict with Kaosis First Nation administration. And Denise, you can chime in whenever you'd like, certainly. But that's the mandate of the Eagle Woman Tribunal. If we can go to the next slide, Chief. please. So this is essentially our role, kind of redundant as to the previous slide. However, the statement is, as a quasi-judicial body for Kaosis or tribunal, members shall review, adjudicate, and make decisions on child welfare cases pertaining to Kaosis citizens on a case-by-case basis. And the process we've used is the Inquisitorial Model, which actually is a very, this was put together by Tom Owen, who's our legal counsel, and it's a very, very effective and efficient model to address child welfare for Kaosis. As a quasi-judicial body, tribunal members shall review, adjudicate, and make decisions on the appeals of its citizens regarding disputes that arise from Kaosis First Nation laws and policies. So any dispute of Kaosis citizens, you can bring them forth and make application to the tribunal to have your appeal heard. The tribunal should at all times adhere to principles of peaceful reconciliation, respect, honesty, integrity, and truth. I kind of read that backwards. Next slide, Chief. The benefits for the Kaosis citizens, the traditional principles of trust, honesty, respect. I put respect in there, integrity and fairness. And the big one is it asserts this inherent right, which Chief points out since 1951, I believe the province had unilaterally taken jurisdiction over child welfare, but it reasserts the inherent right, jurisdiction, authority of Kaosis children. And the bigger picture is, it's all about where Kaosis is going in terms of its governance. This is a supportive model for good governance, policy, and processes, ensuring fairness and respect for all of the Kaosis community and its citizens. Next slide, please. So our challenges thus far, I think just being straight up, an undertaking this has been is a huge responsibility, and it's powerful. However, I think the mandate and authority of Eagle Women Tribunal is binding because the Mupamatisuan Act that was passed by Kaosis citizens. Our legal decisions are being carried under legislation of Mupamatisuan in collaboration with the Red Bear Children's Lodge. It's important, and this is a big part of us going forward, is our communication strategy, our materials, and talking with Kaosis citizens and that support. That's so essential to this tribunal. That's one of our challenges going forward, and something we're very cognizant of. Our board members are very cognizant of it. Financial, our initial budgets, we initially submitted for 167 to set up our trailer and such to get us operating budget. They've been verbally confirmed by the feds through ISP, but none has been received yet. So thus far, it's been Kaosis First Nation that's carrying us to this far. So, but I'm being told checks in the mail. So, on reserve, office being established, we bought a trailer. We have plans for a boardroom construction. We're going through the process as RFP now, getting quotes to get that completed. We're hoping within the next couple months that we'll have an office, our own home. Right now, we operate out of the band office. One of our mandate requires that our tribunal be a standalone, separate. So it's our tribunal should operate without any political interference or any association with Kaosis Chief and Counsel and its administration and all of that. We have to be a tribunal that's a standalone. So our office, once our office is up and running, we will be our own standalone operation. We do have a 9-member tribunal board that's been training since probably first part of April in various modules, building capacity within our board tribunal. We have admin capacity, operational capacity in progress. That's sort of a challenge again, but we keep, Denise and I are very perseverant. We hope that we should be up and running first week of July, maybe mid-July, if we keep pushing. One of the challenges is bringing something like this very new, and bring our values into practice, new processes, and making sure that our team is working together. So that's something I think we're able to do because we have regular communication with our board and between Denise and I, our legal counsel. We have a very good team, very knowledgeable, very experienced, and very committed to making this tribunal work. Next slide, please. Moving forward, yeah, the office is going up. We're building our administrative and operational capacity. We will be looking for one, maybe two people in administration and some of the work that's going to be done by the tribunal. The communication strategy we're working on, that's very important because we have posters being made so people are aware of the Eagle Women Tribunal. They know of the process that will also be provided, and then the contact information. So Kaosis citizens being, not being scared to approach a tribunal and have their appeals or their cases heard by the tribunal. So that strategy going forward will be really important. We do have a one-page website. I think we'd like to maybe work a little bit more on that to make it more interactive, perhaps, and having more information available to that. Our legislation, for the most part, has been pretty much done, right, Denise? Our Pamatsuin, our Eagle Women Tribunal terms of reference and procedures manual, we've been through it about 20 times, and we've been through it with a microscope, and we think it's consistent and we think it's fair, and we're putting that to Chief and Counsel now for formal ratification now. So that's it in a nutshell. Our tribunal board members are, I see, did somebody fix that? That's awesome. Denise, probably. Thank you. Audrey Delorme, Ira Asakin, Cara LaValle, residents of the Cowessess. Non-resident, Anthony Meyer, Regan Delorme, Nola Mahingan. 3 other non-residents, Ralph Beatty, Tiffany Boyd, and Mike Dubois. Each of these people are I'm very impressed with our board, just so much knowledge and experience. We're very fortunate to have the board members that we have. We talked about our training already. That's ongoing. We're actually in the process of confirming some more dispute resolution mediation training, more mock trials for our more mock situations for our board to go through. So they have confidence in that they, in their capacity as a tribunal board. Our legal counsel is Tom Owen, a very, very impressive lawyer, probably about 40 years experience in child welfare, all told. Our administrators, the newbie on the block, that's me. And like I said, I've been very fortunate to be working alongside somebody who's so patient, understanding, and supportive as Denise Pelchik. So our information, if you want to get a hold of us or send us an email, legalwomantribunal@cowessessfn.com. It will evolve into a very impressive webpage soon. And at the bottom is my cell number if anybody wants to call. I'm always available. Denise?
Thanks, Bob. The next slide is showing, I'll go further into some of my discussions when it's my turn, but the pictures here, the first one on the bottom with all the people sitting down we took that picture, I believe, about 2 years ago when we were in Regina doing strat planning, and that was when the oversight committee was just established. And then the other 2 are from our launch of Eagle Women Tribunal on March 22nd. So it like 2 years and we've come this far. So I just needed to show those pictures to see all the great work that our board has done, and along with bringing Bob on in January, April, March. So we're good to have him, and thank you so much, Bob.
Bob, my first question is why is your Zoom called Roberto? Is that your Treaty 6 Spanish name? What's going on here? Treaty 6 Spanish, I don't know. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Denise. Just teasing. Is there any comments or questions? I'm going to go to nothing online. Just a couple comments about Eagle Women Tribunal. This is really the foundation to our self-government. And I show this chart again because Eagle Woman Tribunal is going to be our judicial system. You know, in the past we have had our Election Act sit in a white court, in a colonial court, when appeals happen and a judge makes a decision. You know, these are our laws. And, you know, if we want to really be inherent and be self-government, Eagle Woman Tribunal is going to transition into our judicial system. It's not going to address the Criminal Code of Canada. That is still the RCMP's. It's not going to address the private lands law that the province implements in the provincial code. Eagle Woman Tribunal is about overseeing our laws, our Constitution, our Election Act, our Neo-Primativism Act, our bylaws, our policies. So it's something that a lot of First Nations are coming to ask us how we're doing it. We're one of the first in Canada to do this. And so Bob is doing a great job, and Denise and the Tribunal. So more to come. This is just, we just gave birth to this. This is just in its infancy stage. It's almost like a little kid already, and it's growing fast. So good job, Denise and Bob. Okay, we're kind of behind time, so we're going to keep going. We're going to talk about Megawatt Housing Inc. I just wanted to share this really quickly before I share it. So this is what we're presenting. This is kind of our map. So again, yesterday we presented administration. Angie and the directors did a great job. Barry presented on behalf of TLE. Catherine and Jessica presented on behalf of Ventures. Eva and Nicole presented on behalf of Chief Red Bear. Gary, Councillor Gary is going to present on Little Child right away. And Megawatt, I'm going to do the presentation. So where is it here? So very good. So Megawatt is a strategic planning board at this time for Cowessess First Nation. Megawatt means teepee or hut in the Cree language. It is incorporated, but it has no houses under it, so it has no asset. It's predominantly a strategic planning board helping Cowessess. Right now we have one vacant seat, but we have Leon Pelche, Kevin Friesen, Perline Leroy, Calvin Fiddler, and Malcolm, Councillor Malcolm, and myself as citizens on it, and we have two non-citizens that sit on the board. Tim Isnana is well versed and has a lot of knowledge in housing, in capacity building, and Doug Yermenko has been doing, he works for a bank, and Doug has been doing loans for just about 25 years, so he understands how loans work, CMHC and everything like that. So that's our board. Just some of the things we've been working on is lately you would have got a questionnaire to your house if you live on the reserve. We did a questionnaire, and Megawatt is about focusing on the growth. We all know housing is, there's a lot of challenges in housing. You know, the way it's structured, the way it's viewed, the way that the responsibility, it seems like everybody's pointing fingers. The tenants are blaming the housing department. Housing department is looking at council to do something. Council is just, you know, it's really tough to address because it could get kind of political, and it just doesn't seem to have any grip to it. So Megawatt is the solution to reestablish it from the core outwards. And it's not an easy change, but, you know, moving forward, Megawatt is helping with the strategic planning of housing. How do we better implement, you know, a good communication, good reporting, house building, off-reserve houses, lakefront property. The Megawatt housing is going to be the goal to improve the financial stability of housing, support fair allocations, make it non-political, and maintain long-term growth. This is kind of how it's set up. It's arm's length away from Chief and Counsel, and Chief and Counsel's role in this is they appoint the board members. And it's responsible for the governance, the strategic planning, the fiduciary, the funding part of it, and whatnot. The creation of the performance of management, you'll see below it at the governance structure. So chief and counsel, on behalf of the citizens, you elect your chief and counsel. They would be the owner of Megawatt. The chief and counsel appoint a board of housing-minded people, and then the board will oversee management. So that's kind of the structure of it. This is the first, second, and third year goal for Megawatt. Is right now we're creating laws. We've passed a few bylaws, our financial, other stuff like that, administrative. We're looking at the housing policy. We're also building relationship with council. We're working on a strategic plan, and that's where that questionnaire came in and whatnot. Year two, we're looking to see maybe that some houses could be handed over to Megawatt. We're not sure how that would work. Right now, council is of the opinion that if the community buys into it, the council will take it more seriously. Right now, the council are the board of our housing. We're the ones that make the final decision for who gets a house, who gets evicted, and rent collection and stuff like that. And then in year three, we would start to progress, look at home ownership. There's something called Section 11, I think it's called. There's lakefront property. We might want to delegate some land off the reserve if somebody wants to build. Maybe someone wants to build their own house on a reserve. And then the current houses we have to have renovation plans to them because many homes need renovations and stuff like that. The last slide is just a little bit about how the governance would look. The board of directors would be appointed by council. The board would choose a CEO, director of housing. There would still maintain a committee there. It would be a community citizens committee, maybe an elders committee. And then under there, they would create different jobs. Ultimately for housing right now, it's just way too much demand and not enough staff. The current process is, we don't know if we could save the current process. So instead of trying to fix something that is unfixable, maybe it's time that we just recreate it from the core outwards. And that's where Megawatt comes in. Megawatt has been advised by council that it will only remain a strategic board, planning board at this time, helping council with the strategic side of things. And that's it. So council haven't officially given them their mandate. So is there any comments or questions on Megawatt housing?
Is funding for Megawatt being covered through housing dollars?
Is funding through for Megawatt Inc. funded through Cowessess dollars? No. Housing dollars? No, it's not. We don't want to take away from the needed money in housing. The money that Megawatt has been to date has been all through grant funding, through capacity dollars and governance from ISC, from CMHC, and First Nation Market Housing Fund. Thank you for the question. Okay, if there's no more questions, we'll move on to our last entity. I didn't check, is Gary on? Councillor Gary, I assume Gary's on Zoom. I seen him earlier. So thank you very much for the Megawatt. Gary J. Sparvier, I'm going to pin him. Gary, could you unmute yourself and say good evening?
Good evening, everyone. I'm trying to put on my video.
Okay, sounds good. Where did you go? There you go. Hang on, let me ping you just so you're.
I had to change my shirt.
Okay, sounds good. You're missing a button. Must have been a quick change.
I gotta leave it open.
Real laid back presentation. Yeah.
You guys don't know, but I'm wearing my shorts.
Shorts are optional, counselor, but the TMI, we don't need to below the did you have opening comments, or did you want me to bring up the slide?
No, I'm gonna have first of all, I want to thank Pat Sparvey for the opening prayer, and I was looking for a sweater to wear. I have a Calgary Flames one, but I packed it away and I don't want to pull it out. And I thought I had a couple of LeBred Eagles there, but I remember Aaron wanted them back because I think they're worth money now. So, but yeah, no, good evening, everybody. It's good to see everybody that's on here, and yeah, let's get going.
Hang on. Oh, was it us or him?
I think it's him.
No, it's us. Sorry, Counselor.
Yep.
Sorry, Counselor, I'm having volume issues on my side. That's why I cut you off there. Sorry about that. Did you want me to bring up your slide at this time?
Sure. I could hear you.
No, it's I couldn't hear you. That's why when I said something.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah. All right. So you're gonna so just really quickly, so Gary, Counselor Gary's the chair of Little Child Community Developments. It's our inherent right to gaming board, still at its introduction stage. So Gary, I'll be your Vanna White. Just tell me to go to the next slide when you're ready.
Yeah, next slide. Yeah, I started as I took over from Counselor Curtis, and I think I've been to this we had 2 meetings so far, and since COVID come into being, we kind of had a standstill. So maybe just move on to the next slide. Currently, we've been in operational since 2019. We oversee gaming initiatives on the First Nation, such as bingos, Chase the Ace, and any other major raffles. Our major one right now is Chase the Ace because like I said, because of COVID, we haven't really had we can't have bingos because we can only have 30 people in a hall. But I think once it opens up, and it's going to be opening up sooner than later, we're hoping to have open up our bingos. We're working on a radio bingo right now, but it just hasn't transpired. Been working with John. Right now, our Chase the Ace is up to 41,975. Our next draw is on May 27th. We ran into a little bit of issues here. Our manager, Rook, ran into some health problems, and then his helper, Courtney, her and her family was diagnosed with COVID. So we're kind of under the gun here, working from home, but we got it done this last draw. So we're going to be our next, we'll be ready to go for our next one. I think we're running into a little bit of issues about people saying that we need to be a little bit more open on how we're dealing with this. So we're going to work on that. Right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 board members, including myself, Leanda Tanner, Sherry Sparvey, Memory Delorme, Carol LaValle, Audrey Delorme, and our manager, Rook. So we're thinking of ways to how we can enhance more funding for our program. And really what we're trying to establish is basically a CDC for Kaosis, whereby our members can access funding for whether it be ball tournaments, hockey tournaments, taking our kids somewhere, but on more of an application basis. So rather than just handing out money, I was suggesting that, and especially for the adults, make it a little bit more, if they come up with 50%, we can provide them an amount up to $5,000. We're working on some of that. We want to transition over. I think the chief and Barry talked about the 4 trusts from TLE. We're working on that right now. We're supposed to be taking that over, but the board members need to be brought up to speed on everything before they take it over. They weren't comfortable in bringing it over. So once they're comfortable doing that, I think we'll be back over with Little Child rather than that TLE. So next slide, please.
Counselor, I think that was it for Little Child. I had this slide, and this slide.
Okay. I just got a couple more comments on that. I think.
Okay, sounds good.
With our manager's health issue, we're going to have to be, working diligently with him because I think once he's able to get back on his feet and back to work, we're optimistic that he's going to be. So yeah, we'll be moving forward with bingos. I see there's a comment about bingos. I'm sure a lot of people out there are missing bingos and missing socializing with everybody else. So yeah, that's about it for little child community developments.
Awesome. No, thank you, Councillor Gary. Bingos are missed. COVID has, the little child has so much potential. Inherent right to gaming is so much, and we're risky gambling people. That's in our blood. With being an inherent right, Chase the Ace has been amazing. Rook, Courtney, and led by Gary and the board have been good. Bingo is at the hall. We're just not there yet, but you heard Councillor Gary talk about a radio bingo. I don't know if anybody's ever played the Creek Bingo lately in Okanee. So I tried it a few times. They sell cards at the store. It is somewhat exciting, and Gary and Little Child Community Development, they're looking into that. And then lastly, I just want to reiterate what Councillor Gary said. For Trust, CDC in painted hand. It's a way for our community, our citizens, to request for sports, for education, for culture, for entrepreneurship, and Little Child is going to be that. That's the end goal here. But again, Little Child is still at its, it was given birth 2 years ago. It's kind of just being a pre-teenager in the years, so they're getting there. So, is there any comments or questions? No, all right, Gary, no comments means the board is doing great, and thank you for that.
I have a question.
Oh, hang on, we got a question.
To have some more promotional draws before the bi-weekly draw, and the Chase the Ace promotes more sales and interest.
So one of our comments, Councillor Gary, just to take back to Rook and Courtney or whoever on the team, that if you have more draws between the 2 weeks, it might have more ticket sales. So just some advice to pass forward.
Yeah, we've been doing that, and Rook come to realize that, geez, we're giving away too much of our profit, so he kind of cut back on that. So he said one draw, I think we gave more money away on the subsidiary draws than what we actually gave out on the ticket. So that's why he kind of pulled the reins back.
We are making it rain too much. We got to slow down a little bit. Awesome, but thank you for that. Okay, Gary, just give me a minute here. I'm just going to transition out of our entities into council, and you're first up. So here, just give me about a minute here. So there you go, everybody. That kind of concludes our institutions or our entities. So yesterday we focused predominantly on administration. It took an entire day because there's so much great things going on there. Council play a role in everything. So, yesterday you didn't hear much, from council. Now you're going to start to hear from council. But just because councilors don't have maybe much to share, we approve everything at the council meeting. We meet every 2 weeks minimum, and we're always helping and supporting everything that you've heard. And council do pick up some extra duties where needed, and that's what we're about to hear. So I want to thank Barry and the trustees for giving the presentation, Catherine and Jessica for ventures, Eva and Chief Red Bear, Gary on behalf of the board for Little Child, and all the best to Rook. He's a strong warrior, and we all have our battles in life, and he's facing one right now. Mickey Wam, I presented on behalf of the board. We're just strictly strategic planning. And then Bob and Denise had some comments on Eagle Woman. So we're gonna finish the rest of our General Assembly on this spring here on Chief and Council now. And so really quickly, I just wanted to show a picture of the team here. Oh, hang on, wrong picture. Better be careful what I share on my computer here. All right, so there's the Warriors. There's the, you put the Cowessess logo in the sky and we show up the best we can. Councillor Curtis, Councillor Richard, Councillor Malcolm, Councillor John, Councillor Gary, Councillor Damon, all looking, wearing their court outfits, looking as innocent as we can. And in the front, you got Counselor Denise, Counselor Pat, and then myself in the middle. Being an elected official is no easy task. You're not given a job description. You're just healing the nation, finding ways to help the nation, and trying to empower everything we can. And we meet every 2 weeks minimum. I'll get into that a little more in my presentation, but at this time I wanted to call on Councillor Gary first to share some words and some of the stuff that he's been focusing on, and then whatever he wanted to bring up. So I'm going to pin you again, Gary. And with that, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thanks, Chief. So some of my duties as a council member since we started here 4 years ago is one of them is capital projects, and I sit on a lot of. We have right now a roads project. We have a decommissioning cleanup project. That's a $2 million project, and then we have the community center, and I also work a little bit in the sports area. I'm trying to get together with the ball diamond, but I'll start with the capital roads project. We just actually initiated they fixed the road towards the upper sub because it was we had a couple options. We were going to fix that one, and we are going to fix the one in front of Chester's there because that's pretty rough area. But we choose to do the upper sub, and the crew that actually did it was the boys out of Grenfell. They did actually a good job, and they went quite fast. The only thing that I noticed in driving on that road is some of our people seem to be in a hurry, either get out of the sub or get to town. But when those machinery are on the road, they don't wait for them to pull over. They just barrel right through it. A little bit of complaints from the construction company, but going down the road, we're going to be another big project is our 605. We're going to be starting from the bridge down the valley to up to Fiddlers around the corner, Kelvin Fiddlers. So talking with the council, I think for the safety reason of all our citizens is that we need to maybe have a detour when the hill is being worked on, because there might, for the safety reason of the citizens, so people might have to take the long way around to the store, or going through Sakame or going through CAC. So just look out for that. We're going to be starting probably within a month. We're looking for, right now we're just putting out an RFP for the contractors, and we got quite a few. We actually got one comes out with a year project, so it's going to happen all this year. I sit on the project management team.
Oh, Councillor Gary, I don't know if you're hitting your microphone or not, but I just want to make sure your message is clear. Just check where your microphone is. Yeah, it's kind of sounding muffled just in the last 20 seconds, but just keep going. I'll let you know if it's working.
How's that? Better?
Okay. Yeah, that's better. Don't yell at Dennis though. You're sounding a little too loud. No, I'm teasing. No, you're sounding good.
Sounding mad. So maybe the next slide, Chief. So the next project is that Community Heritage Center. We're actually we've been meeting a while for this, and meeting with the architect, and we have a good crew on there also. Like I sit on that project management team. This is going to be taking a little bit longer because I think right now we're just looking for the funds to try and develop and finish this project. We're in the secure financing stage, right? So we've had 3 sites. I think everybody was out there. Everybody got to come to the hall and take a look at the presentations from Urban Systems and also the architect. So with that, maybe going to the next.
That's the two slides I had, Counselor.
Okay.
I had these. I just wanted to make sure if you wanted to talk. I know you're helping out with Green Roots and 4C Farms and your CDC rep. I don't have slides for those, but I'll
Okay.
leave the
No,
slide on if
I'll
unless
just
you'd
speak
probably-
on them then. I sit on the CDC board also. Can you guys hear my dog barking?
We hear your alarm going off. Is that your security?
So anyway, yeah, right now it's kind of it's tough go around at CDC because there's not much funds going out to the First Nations, and the FSIN was just at a meeting, and the province is only providing, I think, 33 millions for 74 bands, and they have to split it with all bands plus the CDCs. So there's still a bit of money in there. Like I think there's probably around $10,000 or more, and each quarter I think we're getting $10,000. So we just funded a project in the urban office and one out here, a fitness program, which is going to take place, I think, later in August because of the COVID. I also sit on there was a company that we developed prior to me being on council. It's called Green Roots, and it was developed for the cannabis dispensary. We're working on right now. Councillor Damon, myself, and John Z are working on a strategy from a medicinal point of view, and we're putting together right now a PowerPoint that we're going to be presenting to the elders and to the council and to the actual board. So once that's done, we'll be able to bring it out and see what people think and get their ideas and hopefully be able to move it forward, because a lot of bands that are in this business, I mean, they're making a lot of money. They're doing it the sovereign route, and they really can't put their money in the bank. So just talking with Chief Ira MacArthur from Pheasant Rump, I mean, he said he's made over $2 million in the last 2 years, and it's benefits. A lot of people are working. He's got his elders are benefiting from it. So I think it's good for non-funded areas. 4C Farms is another one. I sit on the team with Jessica, Reed, and Terry. And you know what? When I first got into this, I kind of knew a little bit about farming because my dad used to farm a bit. And I'm just going to tell you a story. And this is all free labor, right? So my dad kind of had a tractor, and he had a swather and all that. And so one day I was driving the combine, and I thought I was doing a great job. And so I was cruising out by La Valley Lane. That's what he was doing there. And I was cruising. He comes out in the field and he's waving at me, and I thought he was bringing me lunch or something to drink there. And so I stop, and I open the door, and he looks at me. He says, "What the effing are you going so fast for? That's not a goddamn race car." Well, I thought I was going pretty good, I said, it's stuff like that kind of deterred me from being a farmer. But anyway, sitting with these guys, I've learned so much. Like, I mean, we rent our land for $50 an acre to these non-band members. And hereby they're making $150 an acre. So, I mean, you know what? I get excited when this all started up, because I can see it down the road, 6 years, 10 years down the road. I mean, this is going to be our cash cow. This is going to be, we're going to be employing a lot of our people. We're going to be in the farm business big. I mean, we made Richter and Dimmler who they are today. We're going to make that name for ourselves. So I'm excited about it. I never used to like rain, but you know what? Now I love the rain. So anyway, that's my presentation, and everybody have a good evening. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Counselor. I just wanted to say this is Gary's first term as a counselor, and he's the counselor where you talk about something and he make sure you didn't miss anything in that conversation to make sure we dissect it right. And we all have our different visions and missions here, and Gary has brought we need economics now, we need to do this now, we need to get jobs, we need to make sure our band members have a fair chance at these jobs. So I just wanted to mention to the audience, to the citizens, as your chair and chief, I make sure that every counselor has that chance. And we don't always all agree, but we all understand that we're all here for the betterment. And so Gary's very good with his attendance and everything like that. But if there's no questions, I have one question for you, Gary. Your son, Aaron, played hockey. Your grandson is in Sweden. How does this Ethan Bear situation, what's your point of it, and what's your suggestion?
Well, you know what, Chief, I knew you were going to ask me that, because when you asked Barry that, and I was trying to think of a time when I ran into racism with my kid and Aaron, and you know what, I can't really think of any because he's kind of white, so I don't think he had that. I don't think he had that issue. So maybe it was me. I don't know. But yeah, you know what? My grandson was pursuing. He went to Sweden. He's been in Sweden the last 3 years playing semi-professional hockey, and he came back this year. And I think that he's finally realized that maybe he's got to get a real job now. That's what Aaron was telling me. So yeah, you know what? There's racism everywhere, and it's too bad that it happened to Ethan. I mean, one bad pass, and look at McDavid. He had a bad pass too that they scored and they won the final game, right? Nothing was said about him, but yeah, you know what? Thanks for listening to me, and
no, for sure.
Good evening.
Yeah. Thank you. Aaron's an undercover Indian. I'll take that as yeah. Awesome. I don't hear anything for Gary. So Gary, keep up the good work. I'm going to move on. I think I'm next, and then we'll go each counselor. So Gary, I'll unpin you so you're not the main screen here.
Okay.
Awesome. And I think, am I the main screen? I'll pin me. All right. Well, good evening. It's the Chief's update now. So I already see some eyes rolling in the chambers here because I get quite worse with my stories and updates. But I just wanted to mention that it's an honor to be your chief. And there's not a day that I don't wake up with excitement. It's not an easy job. I got a few gray hairs, but that good Cowessess water keeps me looking young. But, it's an absolute privilege. I grew up here. I went to school here. And now to be here and to play a role that, is very central, but I still try and keep that Cadmus humor and that positive moving forward. So where's my slides? I'll start off with this one. I chair the Chief and Counsel meetings. We meet every 2 weeks, every second Tuesday. Right now we're talking about how to better include our citizens in our meetings. We're discussing how to better get our meeting minutes to you. We do publicly share our minutes, but they are in the staff room. So we are having discussions how to do that better. Live streaming our meetings, we're starting to discuss that. But our meetings our council are all within the attendance. Under Election Act, it states that if a councillor misses 3 meetings, they have deemed to abandon their position. I can let you know that all of our council are within the attendance. Since the fall assembly, we've passed 75 resolutions and 185 motions. So resolutions are major decisions and motions are like direction. 45. What did I say? 75? Oh, I'm 45. My apologies. I also chaired the coordination agreement, which finalized our funding for our child welfare. Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge, very pleased to share that Canada and Saskatchewan did not treat us paternalistically, they're the parents and we're the children, as how the government has normally used to treat First Nations. We were equal, we got what we wanted, and they both have agreed to what we asked for. I've also been chairing COVID-19 task force team. We've been meeting when we have higher cases 3 times a week, but normally we meet once a week. This pandemic, I'm assuming you're just like me. We're just waiting for it to get past us here so we can get back to the normal life as we once knew it, and probably be a little more appreciative of everything in life now. You see my picture there. You know, I am a supporter of the vaccine. It is the only solution at this time. And with our 486 vaccines gone out so far, not one person had a negative effect. Right now, our community has been vaccinated at around 50%. We have offered everyone a vaccine that's eligible, and we still have some that are saying no. It is a human right, but at the same time, we are looking to get to the 85% vaccinated before we open up our hall, get to our powwow and stuff like that. So the task force team is made up of management and council. I also chair the ventures board. So each counselor is appointed to a board. I was appointed to ventures, and the board chooses the chair, and the board chose me as the chair. We've been going through some growing pains lately, but we're still progressing, and we want to be one of the best business entities in all of Saskatchewan. I also, somebody's feedback. I also chair Megawatt. I already spoke of Megawatt, so I'll just move on. I am the representative at FSIN and AFN. They're both going through elections here in the coming months, and progress is being made there. They are not rights holders. They are advocates. And I know Vice Chief Lara is from Cowessess. We're very proud of him at the FSIN, and he does what he can to help Cowessess as well as the others. Just a little bit about our governance. One of the things I've been leading is our governance transition. Council approved a strategic plan after we got elected, this council. The end goal is self-government. And to get there, we have three outcomes. We want to focus on cultural rejuvenation, bring back our language, bring back our pride, bring back in who we are as Cowessess First Nation. Secondly, it's economic self-sufficiency. How do we support ourselves? You know, we're very dependent on government transfer dollars. Yes, there's fiduciary obligations, but we shouldn't be dependent on them. We should have our own source economic. And you heard Councillor Gary talk about farming and cannabis and everything like that. So we're assessing all of our options for economic self-sufficiency. And lastly, political sovereignty. You know, we have a constitution, we have the Mio Pimatisawin Act, we have Eagle Woman Tribunal now. So just be prepared. We are preparing some ratifications in the future, but you know, we do have to do some planning and some reviewing as well. So we have been working on areas outside the normal Indian affairs style of how council once had administrative portfolios. Council look at it as a macro now, as more as the trees instead of the forest instead of the trees, and just making sure that we're looking after our inherent and treaty rights, our stewards of the land, our capital projects, our sunyao, our how do we enhance our citizens, how do we enhance our community and stuff like that. I've been sharing this picture a couple times throughout the last 2 days. This is our transition to good governance. This is our nation picture to good governance. Yesterday, Angie presented with administration. Today, Barry presented with trustees. Catherine presented on ventures. Eva presented on Chief Red Bear. Gary presented on Little Child. I presented on Megawatt. Robert presented on Eagle Woman. In council, we play a role in everything, but we're more like noses in, hands out kind of style. What I mean by that is, you know, some council tonight might not look like they're presenting much, but everything that we do comes at a motion from council at some point. So we are very aware of what's going on. We try and make sure that we're always strategically looking forward in the headlights of our vehicle moving forward. Just really quickly, I'm going to try and I only have 3 more slides. I'm going to try and rush through this. One of the other ones I sit on is the 1907 land surrender claim. So Cowessess right now is in negotiation. Canada accepted our 1907 land surrender. If you don't know what the land surrender was, on our YouTube channel, on Cowessess YouTube channel, there's a video to explain what the 1907 land surrender is. But right now on the team is Councillor Denise and Richard, Director of Lands Loretta, Advisor Terrence Pelche, and Legal Al Brabant and Dan Madigan. We have meetings monthly. So 2 years ago, well, a year and a half ago, Canada, when they accepted that this was a wrong, you were given two options and council had to make this decision. This isn't a decision that needed to be ratified by the people. It just had to be direction at this time. But there was two options. We could take the maximum 150 million and just rush it right to finalization to ratification, or we could take the full assessment route, meaning that we want to hire researchers because some of us feel that this claim is worth more than $150 million. And so we decided at council to go to the full research. So the full research adds on about another year to year and a half. So we are right now finalizing our researches. So we did a research on the estimate of agriculture loss of use and mineral loss of use and current market valuation. So we're just finalizing our researches, and then we're going to start putting numbers to them. Probably by the fall, we'll start negotiating what it's valued at. And hopefully by next spring, we'll come up with a final number. And at that time, the cabinet, like Justin Trudeau and the Cabinet of Canada, they have to approve it if it's over $150 million. So we are in the process, and this could help us in investment in the next 100 years. I do know that, people, when it comes to money, it could be our best friend or our worst enemy. And I just know Kaosis, we're smart enough to invest this to help Kaosis into the next 100 years. Really quickly, I wanted to present our legal cases. We do have many legal cases that have went on. I am happy and honored to share with you that we have finalized our last legal case we inherited before I was the chief. ATCO and Cowessess have agreed to a settlement. So you'll recall in 2015, Terrence Lavalley and Valerie Tanner signed $830,000 of our money to ATCO for a soccer stadium without a First Nation resolution. And the soccer stadium had plans, but it broke down in the planning stage and never happened. And the agreement that was signed, it was not valid from our perspective because the resolution was not passed. Cowessess, at that time, before I was the chief, sued ATCO. ATCO turned around and sued Cowessess, and they were locked in a legal case. We inherited it. And it took almost 5 years, but we settled at $400,000. So ATCO is going to pay Cowessess $400,000. The other $400,000 has been spent on development of that land behind Store 2. And we do have the research for that. So we're just happy that you'll see on the left side of the screen, we have no more legal cases that we inherited in 2016. On the right side, we do have a couple legal cases that we are working on right now. So those are the bolded areas. The Phillips legal, we have sued Phillips. He was the lawyer prior to when I was the chief. He spent $930,000 in 30 months, and we didn't feel we got our money's worth. So what you call taxed him. He appealed it, saying that because we're Indians, we can't question. He said because we're Indian Act Indians, and we said that's not true. Then he said that we couldn't sue him because Terrence Lavalley and certain councils passed a motion saying that his fees were final, and we said that's not true. And the court has settled with Cowessess on every appeal, but we have worked through 3 appeals. We've spent quite a bit of money on this one, and we're not trying to do it to just get even or get mad. We just feel that for spending $930,000 and not showing much return, that we want some money back. We offered to settle with him if he gave us $350,000, and he denied. So we are still in process of that legal case. The TLE fraud case, prior in 2016, certain trustees spent about $260,000 on per diems. They took a little bit of money out of the trust improperly and put it in an account to start a company called Rock Band 73, and it never ever came to fruition. It breached the trust, which is fraud. So we pressed forward. The RCMP have not been responsive enough on this one. This one is still ongoing, but your trustees are holding council's feet to the fire and holding the RCMP's feet to the fire to make sure we get this one going. One of our band members, Edward, had a housing dispute on Cowessess, and he didn't feel he was treated right. So he took Cowessess to court over a housing issue. We are paying for this through our insurance, but it's kind of past the point of the issue. And so Edward and myself are talking right now on seeing if there's an option to settle, but I just put that here because it's still an active case. The last active case we have right now is Nettie's. Someone tell me what a Nettie stands for.
Evidence of title.
No evidence of title, and a CP is a certificate of possession. Right now on Cowessess, we have 2 CPs that INAC tells us, William Tanner and Dean Leroy. After we addressed the bucksheeing, the traditional land 2 years ago, INAC also told us we had a few more CPs, and we were a little thrown off that why did you also just in 2018 tell us we had more CPs? They weren't giving us the right information that we were asking for. We didn't feel they were answering our questions. And finally, they just kind of nicely said, just take our word for it. And we're like, no, we're not. And so then we hired Patricia Sturbies and Terrence Pelche, and they went through all of our RG10 files right from 1885 to around 1970. And so that's every resolution, every Indian agent paper. And they came back with the research and they said that actually there is no CPs on Cowessess from the report. So, from treaty, this land is set aside for our children not unborn. We share it collectively. CPs are a private lands matter. So we took ISC to court, Canada, challenging the CP. So that's what that court case is. It's just at its beginning stages. So that's our legal cases. I have 2 more slides. I'm going to rush through this. Some of the things I look forward to in Cowessess as we decolonize and we get stronger is I just wanted to bring up a quick conversation about our name Cowessess. It's a proud name. I'm very proud of it, and I know all of you are as well. But Cowessess was misspelt. Our signator chief, his name was Quiwizance. And at some point, I think for the betterment of our children, it should be time to correct our name to Quiwizance First Nation. In Soto, as I was told in the oral stories, he was a Soto speaker. That's how you spell little child in Soto. Is just like how it speaks there. Secondly, I just wanted to speak about something a little uncomfortable, but we're trying our best, is illegal drug selling in the community. Many of the things I'm proud of as your chief, this is something I'm not proud of, is banning people. I just want to tell you that we do a lot of behind the scenes trying to help. It might not come out in the letters and the communication, but when it comes to crystal meth and jib and cocaine, like those are drugs that really impact individuals, families, and community. And we stop it right where we can. And that's why we ban people, is because they're at that level. And there's some other illegal drugs and prescription pills, and we're trying to address those. But I just want to let you know that it's, those are not easy tasks to address, but we address them to make sure our community is one of the safest places. Nextly, I just wanted to move on. We're trying to find ways to have better inclusion of our citizens. Like, we are growing really fast. We're out there. Kaosis is a First Nation that is known across Canada as a progressive First Nation. But we can't get too far ahead of our citizens. And I mean from chief and council, and our entities, administration. And in no means are we trying to exclude our citizens. We try, we post on Facebook, we give updates, we do general assemblies. But we're looking for ideas on how to better include. If you have ideas, we try, but this is one area I feel that we are maybe not the strongest in, but everything we make decisions are for you. and the betterment. And lastly, I just wanted to mention about self-government. I really hope that we could focus on healing. I put this picture here because, with the residential school experiences, the 60s scoop, the Indian Act, the Indian agent, I really feel Cowessess, as your chief, I feel this when I talk to families, I sit in council, I talk to staff. I really feel like we are starting to gain control, but I just wanted to share this with you just as a visual, as we kind of lost control over the last 100 years. And that's where a lot of the anger, the chalking up on Facebook, the, pulling each other down, never satisfied, always blaming, always someone else's fault. And, we got to gain control again. And that's what self-government's about. You talk about our political control, council or on nation building. We talk about our social control. How do we have better community events? Our spiritual control, and that includes religion as well. But, everybody should have faith. Our health control, diabetes, obesity, mental, emotional health, that's becoming very big in our community. Economic control, we're taking control of our lands. We're, trying to better our economics so everybody can find a job and our kids can watch their parents get ready for work. Cultural control, our powwows, everybody should have a song, everybody should know a prayer or, know powwows and round dances. And then lastly, language, we're bringing back our Cree language, our Soto language. And then those words on the outside are what will happen if we don't take control. And, in our families and our friends, we have all witnessed those words around in our lives. And, that's what happens if we don't take control. So, I leave that as, we are going to continue to get stronger. We're going to continue to make sure our children are in the best state possible. And that would be my update. So I don't know if there's any questions for me, comments.
I have a comment.
Yeah.
It's great that we have these awesome opportunities for the members. However, as leadership, you are forgetting about those that have addiction issues. We need to empower them, get them to a place of healing. We are in a desperate need of a healing center. If we're focusing on the opportunities, then you have members who have addiction issues. That's creating more of an unhealthy First Nation.
Great. Noted. One of the things we're talking about is a new way of dealing with addictions. We have the land, I'm just going to point to, of course, I'm sitting in the chamber, so you don't know where I'm pointing here. By Horry's Crossing in that area, more traditional in isolated place. We have the capability in the land to create our own healing centers, and we are looking for grants to do that. We are looking for Health Canada to support it, and we'll do it based on our healing processes. Like right now, the 28 days, they call it 28-day dry out or 28-day. The 28 days is not based on healing, it's based on insurance. That's how long insurance will pay it. So we definitely can. So I'm glad you said that. And we are trying to enhance that, and addictions is not a bad thing, and, we all have to, put our shields down and try. And we do try. I want to mention that too, that our staff and council, we do try as well. But thank you for that. Okay. All right, my nose is starting to grow, so I'm going to stop there, and eyes are rolling at me in here, so I'm going to move on. So thank you. Barry's going like this to me. So Councillor Damon, are you on Zoom?
Hi, everybody. How's your
Okay,
don't
where
mind
are
these.
you?
I kind of need them now. I know I look a little like the wild thing from that baseball show, but I'm going with it.
You look extra smart with your INAX on tonight.
I think I need a little bit more than glasses to act the part.
So really quickly, I just want to introduce, so Councillor Damon serving his first term, our non-resident councillor. He has some slides to share here, and then we'll get into a little discussion. So you want me to share your slides right now?
Yeah, you can share the slide. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, sounds good, Councillor Damon. There you go.
Okay, so I guess I'll start off with the youth hunting program update. So I've been working on this one for a couple years now, and it's kind of been what I thought was going to be a small undertaking. It kind of progressed into a really big snowball. My view of what the program would have looked like from my point of view was, bring youth together, build confidence, sharing cultural knowledge, connecting to the land, participating in ceremony. And it does cover all those things, but it's kind of evolved. The project team that I've assembled, I'll just kind of introduce them. Jan Tickner was the proposal writer. Kelly Natiwi Halberd, researcher. Dr. Roz Kelsey out of the University of Regina, she's the lead researcher on it. Dr. Sean Lessard and Dr. James Daschuk. Now, this team really believes in the work that can be done with children. They're very I could hear people. Hello? Okay, I'll just carry on. I got muted for some reason. So the team really believes and is excited to have a partnership with Cowessess. Now, when I first put the proposal in, the budget was worth just a little north of $100,000. When I first became elected, this was one of my platform promises was to bring culture rejuvenation back to our youth and empower them. So, like I said, it's kind of evolved. So we submitted the final submission for this program to CHIR, which is a research funder, was April 27th of this past year. Amongst dealing with some personal issues that I had in my life, I was still able to meet that date. And lo and behold, the small fund that I thought it was going to bring is going to actually hopefully bring $450,000 over 3 years, community-based research. So I'm really proud of this one. I will be notified in sometime in August if Cowessess has its own youth hunting program to empower our youth. So I'm really looking forward to this one. This one is gonna really take land-based to the next level for our youth. This one, the second ongoing project I have is with the Regina Police Service. Earlier in April, I was working with Dale MacArthur to bring opportunity, both urban and on-reserve members to gain employment in the civil and sworn-in fields. Due to COVID, we were kind of having problems with kind of getting everybody together, but now that the restrictions have let up, I'm hoping to have that ongo as well. So I've been working with urban members on their day school sign-offs, and I've been via appointment at the urban office and visiting at their homes if they can't make it over there. Supporting urban office and its staff with all their initiatives, supporting chief and council with our entities and our institutions. Some of my future projects, I'm going to start working with Glenn Pelche and develop a men's group within our urban community here, and hopefully get some urban men out and create some camaraderie here in the city. I have a potential partnership with Taylor Lexus Toyota and the Moose Jaw Warriors. I'm going to be meeting with Chad Taylor. He is the owner and the president of Moose Jaw Warriors, and he's looking to partner up with First Nation in sports and recreation. So I'm going to include Councillor Gary and Councillor John in on this one, and I'm excited to be back and hopefully start meeting in person and start doing our urban barbecues and urban dinners. Those are the things that I feel as an urban councillor. I've been gypped because of COVID, and I everybody else as well. So good things to come, bright future. Stay safe, everybody. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I got a quick funny story about Councillor Damon, and I got a couple comments. When Councillor Damon first became councillor, we had a situation in Regina with a citizen, and the media showed up. So Councillor Damon and I were there And I told Counselor Damon, I'll speak to the media first, then you speak to the media. And so I gave my media update. Of course, my nose grows. I'm kind of using these $10 words and all that on the radio. And then I told Counselor Damon, okay, you're up next. So Counselor Damon turns around and he starts real talking deadly, real just, and none of the media even had their camera on him yet. I'm like, Chisqua, they didn't even point at you yet. I told you remember that, David?
Yeah, you didn't even pass down none of the TV etiquette to me. You just kind of threw me in the fire. It was like my first week on the job, and he's like throwing me on TV right away. Holy.
Yeah, you're just sounding deadly. The cameras weren't even pointing at you. I'm just gonna put shields down here. Counselor Damon has had a pretty tough year. Death is inevitable in our lives, and he had a few close people pass, and Damon could relate to a lot more citizens today now because of how grief happens. And Damon, I think that's going to be one of your strong points moving forward. And Damon needs he needs more to do in regards to helping with grief because he's dealing with it himself. So citizens listening, if you're looking to reach out to a fellow band member or a leader, Damon is there for you. I know Damon is eager to help. I witnessed Damon in the bush with the youth, and you're such a talented person. If this world ever shut down, you'd be the first person I'd go and find, because I do my hunting at co-op, and you're so talented in just the land itself. And Damon has talked about helping the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, calls to action, the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, working with RITSIS, Erica and the team in Regina. But ultimately just finding more opportunities for our urban members. And you've been doing a lot of COVID deliveries as well.
Yep.
I know we don't really highlight those, but very good job, Damon. I don't have any questions online, I don't think.
Just comments. The hunting program is a great program so far. My boys participated once and it kind of went away. It's an extremely important program. Thank you for the effort. Some of us don't have the experience, and appreciate those investing their time and experience to teach our children and youth, and that come from Joanne Bucks.
Oh, nice. You have a mom there, Damon, saying you made an impact on their kids, so we gotta get them back out on the land more.
September's coming quick, so I'm looking to recruit anybody's children to come out, and let's feed community together. That's what it's all about.
Nice.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, Damon, well, thank you very much. If there was nothing else. Okay, good job, Damon.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. Have a great meeting.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna unpin you. Who do I have next? Counselor Pat Sparvier. Come on down.
You just better be nice.
I'm really trying to be nice right now, Pat. Well, good evening, Pat, and thank you for the beautiful prayer rendered earlier. Pat is our only to date in history female chief. Broke barriers there. Pat has been the grandma to all of the council, especially us younger ones, reminding us of our role. Sometimes we tend to have a little bit of a mischievous men attitude, and she'll always make sure we're back on that right track. And she plays you play a vital role to all of us. There's not a counselor in here that when Pat speaks up, we sit there and make sure we hear. So Pat, without further ado, you want me to bring up your PowerPoint? Okay, let's get to it. So, all right. So as we transition out of administration into nation building, Pat was appointed as our counselor to work with Angie and the executive directly. So Pat, your points are there.
Okay, first of all, I want to welcome all of you that are online watching and listening to everything that we have to share with you. This has really been an exciting time. And as we move forward, we do work together as a team. So kudos to everybody. I do chair the Finance and Admin Committee. This is really an exciting committee because in here, we debate on briefing notes that come forward from our program managers when they're asking for approval or recommendations to do something. And the council, I must say, have been debating and asking questions, and at the end of the day, we either say, yes, take it to chief and council, or no, we need more information, and that's when we give it back to Angie. But it's really been exciting. I've recently been taken over the chair of nation building. Nation building to me is something that we need to, as council, we need to really focus on, because when we first started in this term, we said a lot of things that we were going to work on so that we can move forward in a good way, getting out of administration. You've heard some of the council members.
Talk a little louder. Yes.
You've heard some of the council sharing what they're doing in their own areas of responsibility. So this is going to be exciting, and hopefully the next time I do report on it, I'll be able to have more statistics or more info on it. I work closely with the executive team, which is Angie, Executive Director, Director of Finance, Kathy Buckles, HR, Tracy right now, Rhoda, Communications, Pat Criddle, and our nation admin, Jennifer Palche. And that's a team that we come together and we talk about supporting or issues that are coming to the table from the executive director. And we all get a chance to share, air, or whatever on that one. So that's also an exciting one. The Autism Research Project is coming to an end. We had our last meeting just last week, and there will be a document being printed and be available to the community. And autism is something that was foreign to us, but we needed to have more understanding of what autism was. And I think that project brought it out because they met with the Kokums, they met with different people in the community. So I'm excited to see that information come out. It's good. Working with the Schizophrenia Society, I attended a meeting with the chief on this one, and it's going to be going forward. I'm excited. This is my passion. I lived with someone, my grandson, that is schizophrenia, and I'm able to share the journey that we were on. And he always told me right from day one that if you can share our story if you think it's going to help other people. So I've been able to do that not only for the band, but I've been called into meetings from other people from outside of the community. So hopefully this is something that is going to materialize and we'll be able to address those kind of mental issues within our community. I was a member of the coordination agreement. This one was so exciting. It was interesting to sit around that table on Zoom and listen to the federal and the provincial people discussing, debating the yays, the no's, and the how come and whatnot. And now at the end of it all, we are going to have a coordination agreement. And that's kudos to the membership as well, because that was something that was awesome. I do help with the financial bylaw, and one of the things that I've always wanted to do, and I just don't know how to get it off the ground, is to do the financial act. Mm-hmm. And now we have somebody that's helping us with our 10-year grant, and maybe that's the end that we need to be able to come up with our own act, but we'll see how that goes. Working on new funding models for Cowessess, along with the executive director and the director of finance, and I help out with the human resource and procedural manual for HR. This is exciting because council have also been involved in that, and pretty soon we're going to be able to bring it forward to approve all of those things.
This just talks about our financial bylaw.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, that was it. There was just these two slides. Pat does so much. It's so hard, and she's so humble about everything she does. Pat has focusing on the mental health, the Schizophrenia Society, the autism, Mental health is real in our community, and sometimes we tend to not be able to address it, and Pat wants to address it directly, so she's been doing a lot of that. But yeah, Pat, I don't know if you had anything else to share at this time.
No, I just want to say thank you. Through the years of being in the political arena for Cowessess, I've always had a lot of support out there. And like you heard us all talk, like you hear the chief talk, that we meet with our membership. We may not know all the answers, but we're always here to find the answer. So it's always, we don't try to say, no, you can't do that. Explain why you can't do that. So I've always tried to walk that way. A couple of weeks ago, we had a chief and counsel strat planning in Grenfell. And the first day was chief and counsel. That was such an awesome, awesome time. Shields down, we put everything on the table. We talked openly. And I think that time we got to know each other's ups and downs, and we were able to work through all of that. That was so exciting for me. And then on the second day, we had the executive team. The executive director shared a lot of stuff at that table and her issues that she had. And I think council were appreciative of all that, to hear her share those things. So I really empower and said thank you to Angie for doing that. I also said to the council, because they're all so young, also new, that the next go around, I'm not going to be there, but yet I will be there to support and to help any way that I can. I don't know all the answers, but hey, you know what? I'm along with everybody to try and do the best for our people.
For sure.
So that's my.
For sure. No, just a couple of things. So what Pat talked about, finance and admin. And so what we do is anybody who understands chief and counsel, you have meetings, and some days your meetings go for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, and all these discussions and debates, and then you get tired and you're still having to make decisions. What we did is the Monday before chief and counsel, we have a finance and administration committee meeting. And there's 2 positions on there for non-political people. One, Deanna Lara has it. The other one we posted, it's vacant. We talk about all the decisions to bring to the chief and counsel. So we have all the council sit on the finance and admin committee, along with Deanna in the other seat. And Angie will come in, or one of the entities will come in and explain to us. We have all of our discussion on Monday at finance and admin committee. And then we bring that to a recommendation to Tuesday. So then on Tuesday at our chief and counsel meeting, it's usually final debate and then make a decision. So Pat Sparvey chairs the finance and admin committee. So she works very closely with Angie and with council, and you do a great job of it. I just wanted to make one last comment. You know, our women, our men are healing in this community. And, you know, Pat, you know, I don't mean to say this, so, you know, it's not something to brag about or to share, but Pat has been, you know, really taking good responsibility as being a grandma herself and helping other women in the community and helping Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge with mothers and aunties and kokums. And, you know, she's not trying to take that responsibility. She's just playing her little role. And, you know, others are playing it as well. So, you know, Pat is extra busy, acts like she's 40. I think you're a little north of 40. I just wanted to mention that. And but you're doing a great job. So thank you. So if there's no comments for Pat, we'll move on to the next counselor. All right, Curtis. Sounds good. All right. Counselor Curtis, are you on Zoom? I didn't see him earlier. Second call, Counselor Curtis. All right, I don't see Counselor Curtis in the
Where's John?
So I just want to mention that Counselor Curtis does attend every chief and council meeting. So under the Election Act, that is a must of council. So he does attend every chief and council meeting. So if he's not on, we'll move on to the next counselor. Counselor John Z. Lara. So Counselor John Z. Lara is in-house. I apologize. Give me one moment here. I'm gonna try to connect this speaker or this. I kind of sense that it was tough to hear. Where is there a speaker? I thought I plugged it in. Chesqua. Microphone. Dennis, give me a thumbs up if you could hear me. Okay, you could hear me. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so the next on the agenda is VC himself. I don't know what that means. I'm going to let him share it. Counselor John and I have been on this journey together. We were both elected in 2016. Young steers. I don't know about steers, but we weren't bulls yet, and kind of transitioning there. But Counselor John, opening comments? Are you?
No opening comments. Just thank Pat for the prayer. I did want to cut down my presentation, leave a couple minutes for our Youth Council chairperson to present.
Perfect. So you want to get right into your PowerPoint? Okay, sounds good. I think I'm sharing. Am I sharing? Yes.
Okay, my delegated areas is being the chairperson to the Chief Redbear Children's Lodge Board of Governors. I work with the Youth Council, currently starting up Cookums and Mushums Committee, Radio Bingo, some project management teams, co-chair to the Finance and Admin, council representative for the Powwow Committee and COVID Task Force team. And I'm a board member on the Indigenous Technical Services Cooperative Board. Next slide. Chief Redbear Children's Lodge. I sit as the chairperson. Recently passed our financial policy, our human resources policy, and our Board of Governors bylaw. Exploring not-for-profit corporate structure. So we'll give the board a little more autonomy and liability insurance for each board member and its employees. There's been many success stories already for families being reunited and connected back to Cowessess First Nation. Our board members are Riva Reset, Tracy Gray Delorme, Pam Watson, Kachina Netauhau, new board member Meredy Sayre, new board member Myrna Delorme, Pat Stoddart, and co-chair Mark Cherian. Next slide. Youth Council. I've been mentoring the Youth Council on leadership development. I'm currently involved in the creation of our Education Act, the 2021 Community Plan, and hold various committee positions within Kaosis. Youth Council members are Chairperson Mia Buckles, Logan Stevenson, Riley Delorme, Aidan Tanner, Lila Redwood, Brianna Belgard, and Ethan Raw. So,
we'll talk about more with you, say, with our president. Okay.
The Cook and Mushums Advisory Council. I was working on the implementation of an advisory council that will give direction to the chief and council on different decisions. Developed a draft rules of procedure and presented it to the seniors group via Zoom. Received feedback and will amend the draft document before it's presented to chief and council. The idea is to have members on the advisory council, that anybody in attendance at future meetings that are 55 age and older. Paradise Radio, working on that with Tyson Delorme, Jennifer Pelshire, and Rhoda Kamasi on the development of Radio Bingo and its IGR license. The application has been submitted. The radio being live streamed online will have the ability to hold an online bingo up to 3 days a week, with cards being sold anywhere within Saskatchewan, and hoping to launch that by July or August of this year.
Are you the bingo caller?
I could be. Different project management teams I sit on. The water treatment project will be complete within 3 months. This was a $4 million project that will supply clean, healthy water to citizens. It's updating the reverse osmosis system combined with a remineralization unit. Member on the roads project along with Councillor Gary. This project brings us $2.7 million for this year and an additional 1 million next year, and I'll address the 605 grid and various side roads yet to be determined. We just completed our Grandview Heights approach. Member on the contaminated sites project, along with Councillor Gary. This is a $2 million project that will address the contaminated sites on Kaosis. It'll also address the cleanup of Refrigerator Hill at Horry's Crossing.
Did you push a few refrigerators down there?
Couple tires. Finance and Administration Committee. I co-chair the Finance and Administration Committee with Councillor Pat. With the years of mentoring I received from Pat, I've learned a lot of finance in the financial area with Kaosis, our financial bylaw, and how to properly budget. I take part in the executive team meetings and provide feedback to policy amendments and creation with CFN management and staff. Kaosis Power Committee, I'm the council rep on that committee. This will be my 8th year as a committee member. Currently assisting with the 2021 traditional powwow budget and planning with the powwow president Glenn Pelcher and committee members. So hopefully we'll know within a month if we're going to have a powwow this year. And I've been taking part in the COVID task force team meetings.
That's it for slides. I'm just going to share the screen. We'll have a quick conversation then bring in Mia. Councillor John is the councillor where when we have an idea and no one wants to take it, he'll take it and he'll do his best to run with it. He's our rover councillor. If something needs to happen, Councillor John's really empowering the youth voice. One of the things we've learned being leadership is our under 21-year-olds have a view of the world that how they see Cowessess. Our 22 to 54-year-olds have a certain view of the world. Then our 55 plus, they have a certain view of the world. So John has been leading the creation of a youth council, and it's not a committee. We give, how much did we give the youth council? 20,000?
25,000.
25,000 last year, and we told them, listen, this is yours, create a treasurer, create a president. Our president's gonna sit with us right away and, lead with the youth what you feel it's, and John's been on there mentoring. John also helped create Kokums and Mushums. We called them Kokums and Mushums. Some of them didn't want to be called elders. And so Kokums and Mushums is what we call them. And again, making sure that their voices are empowered. And John has shared that the end goal is to make sure when we make these decisions that the youth council have some input, that Kokums and Mushums have some input as we're making these big decisions. So John, I have one more question. I can't remember what it is, but you know what? I'm going to let Mia sit here for a bit and you sit with her and you guys have a quick discussion.
Right.
So Mia, hasta ta. I'm going to move.
Yeah, thank you for showing up today, Mia. I invited her to teach her what we do in this AGM and how to present. She's done a really good job with chairing the Youth Council Committee meetings. I've kind of showed them how, or what I knew, I guess, on how to run a meeting the first few times, and now the past couple meetings have been just me observing. So is there anything you want to present that Youth Council are working on?
Right now, as was mentioned, we were working on the education policy. So we've discussed a couple different things within the policy, like we said dress guidelines. We changed it from a dress code because it sounds nicer, I guess, to the youth. Yeah. We're also working on respect and code of conducts. And right now we are in the midst of figuring out what we're going to do for summer activities that will also follow COVID guidelines. And we're also working on our, I forget the word. It's on the tip of my tongue. I completely forgot what the word was. The re-elections, that's the word. When we're going to be doing the re-elections and everything, because we have some students who will be leaving us in the summer. Yeah. So that's currently what we're working on right now. We also did a survey in the school when school was in place. We did a survey on mental health and also touched on a little bit of more sensitive topics as trauma. Some people didn't take it very seriously as expected, but some of the responses that we did get had inspired us to figure out what we could do to maybe have students voice those troubles, I guess, that they're dealing with, and how we can find a way to, if anything, try to alleviate the traumas that they've felt to try and curb intergenerational trauma.
Yeah, I know that that survey helped a lot with the teachers on how to address the older students too. And they really appreciated that. The teachers, the principal Natasha, Sandy. Yeah.
It was definitely something that I thought needed to be talked about, especially since with intergenerational trauma, it's kind of harder to understand youth and why they behave and act the way they do, whether it's misbehaving or being closed off and not wanting to engage in their education.
Yeah. I know the youth council had an idea of having a corn maze.
Yeah,
and
corn maze.
What else was there?
We had the corn maze, and we were talking about paintball, but right now we are trying to figure out how we could do the paintball that would go along with COVID guidelines, because there would have to be public masks to be worn to shield their face and stuff. So right now that's what we're trying to figure out. But right now the corn maze is something that we're really looking into, because that will follow COVID guidelines. It'll be outdoors. I spoke with
Christopher. Reed Pillar.
Yes,
Yeah.
Reed Pillar. I spoke to him, and he had some ideas of where we could do the corn maze, and now we're trying to figure out buying bales and even starting a pumpkin patch with the corn maze, so that we could try and bring in revenue by selling pumpkins, having pictures taken with the pumpkins, and yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of donations from Reed Pillar is donating his time. The lands office is finding us land and giving us band membership rates, I guess, to lease that land. And to have Halloween paths or trails, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking what it would be fun was we have the hay bale maze first, the corn maze and everything, and then once Halloween nears closer, we can deck it out all spooky and maybe have some of the youth council volunteer as actors, and it'll be fun. Yeah, it'll be super fun.
Chief, you got any questions?
I just wanted, Mia, who's your grandpa? Some of them don't know who Mia Buckles is.
My grandpa's Dennis Buckles and my grandma's Kathy Buckles.
There you go. Stern family right there. Yeah, say no more. Mia, how does a youth that's listening or a parent of a youth, how do they sign up? How do they get more information?
Well, right now, once we do the re-elections, we will have a sign-up sheet. We actually have a bulletin board at the school that we are in the midst of preparing and getting set up with pictures and upcoming events and all that kind of stuff. And we will have a sign-up sheet. We do have spots open right now. We're actually, I guess you could say, understaffed. We're supposed to have 12 members, but right now I believe we only have 6. So we are looking to include more people in the youth council, and I don't think that we'll be doing our re-election until probably the beginning of next school year, because one of our youth council members will be leaving in August. So she wants to actually stay on the council until she can't anymore. So we'll do the re-elections, and if new people come on, they can be re-elected, or yeah.
Well, in 15 years, when you're an elected councillor or chief, you're going to look at this video you sat here as a youth.
Oh my God. Don't scare me.
Well, thank you, Mia. If there's nothing else.
No.
Okay. Angie has a comment.
There's a comment. Please keep in mind we need to include our early years children, ages 8 to 12. And ways to incorporate interaction of our older youth with our younger ones as role models.
Yeah, for sure. We actually did we did the survey out to the high schoolers first. I believe we actually did it as low as 8th grade to 12th. And then we wanted to figure out a way to make it a little bit more child friendly for the surveys to include the younger groups. And then I've also talked to education about different educational ideas for the younger kids, and the youth council ages that we accept is 12 to 21. Okay. So
good. And those are just comments online. I just want to make sure we have them.
All right.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
John, any final comments from Councillor John?
No, I just wanted to add that I'm working on a men's group, like Damon said, to just bring more awareness, I guess, more involvement from our men that seem to be forgotten.
Oh, yeah, that was one
The
more
ones
thing.
that are
I was working with Councillor Damon for the
Urban youth.
no, the hunting program.
Oh.
We actually took place in writing the letter and everything. Yeah.
Good. He spoke about that earlier too.
Did he?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Thank you guys.
Okay. Thank you, Mia.
Yeah, and that's it. I just want to mention that I want to start looking into taxation. Okay, bye.
Mic drop. Just really quickly before you go, I wanted to talk about taxation. It's a swear word to some, it's an opportunity to others, but you know, under treaty, we're tax exempt from the Canadian perspective of taxation with our land, with our store, with our employees, with our future development on our lands. There's a tax-based opportunity where it would be a Cowessess First Nation tax or whatever we call it, community investment, and it would replace the GST. So it's not like there's going to be an additional tax, and the tax that the citizens pay, we could have a structure maybe where they get it back before Christmas for that year, and we'll keep the non-citizens tax, and it would increase. I think in 2018 there was a research done, just a quick one. It would increase our budgets to $800,000 right now if we were to implement it. So definitely, I know that's something you've been talking about.
Yeah. No, I think it'll help. We do need to adapt if we don't want to depend on ISK funding, and we want to in the end goal of self-government.
And it goes to self-government. So there's definitely a mic drop, and we won't put it on our pamphlets because I don't know if we'll get reelected talking taxation.
Okay.
Thank you, John. Keep up the good work. All right, so I'm going to call in the bull of the council here, the sheriff. We all stand when he walks in the room. Councillor Malcolm. Councillor Malcolm has saved us from bats in this room before, has never late, looks at his watch when we're walking in 10 minutes late. So good evening, Councillor Malcolm. Any pre-conversation before I bring up your slides?
Yeah, good evening all. It's a hard time right now, you know, everybody's on Zoom, and I'm sure there's some that would like to be in the meeting, but this technology is pretty hard for some still, and it is for myself too. But yeah, I'd like to thank you all for coming in on the meeting, and I just want to say that, you know, when it comes to work and stuff, program director is pretty well covered everything, so have a good evening. No, that's good.
You supported what they did. That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah, you approved what they did.
And if you remember seeing Johnny there, his beard, that's how long mine was when I first got elected. And so hopefully his could get this long.
I recall in that timeline, I think 86 was your first term or something. So that's 2.5 decades.
Yeah, but anyway, that's good. You know, it's great to be here, and I'll always be here for the First Nation, and my decisions are always thought through careful. Sometimes I just sit there and I think the chief might think I'm sleeping or something, but before I say something, I kind of move everything around. With that, we'll carry on with my my idaho here. You know, we have to let people know of Kaosis, and you see the sign up there. We have one at every entrance except the one by Lawson's. We don't have one there, but the 4 directions, we do have them up. So, you know, it's great to see as you're pulling into our homelands here that that you are on Kaosis. Hi. And another thing,
I put that $10 word in there, beautification.
oh yeah, the beautification there, that's a big word, you know. I would have just said beautiful. But anyway, that'll work, you know. I do a lot of work, you know. around the, like you see the beach area there, you know, we're looking at improving that this summer. And we're putting in docks or piers, whatever people understand them by. But and those little floaty things that go in the water to keep you from going too far. But the chief don't want to dive down and pound the posts in right now. So I'm still working on that. But yeah, it's gonna look good down there, you know. So you bring your families down there this summer, and you'll see how much it's improved. And come out and relax there, you know. And if you like to have a little zip of something, you know, please keep it clean. You know, I go down there quite often, and I'm picking garbage up in bottles, you know. And you know, I just gotta say, you know, if you're gonna go have a leisure time down there, you know, pick your bottles up, you know, put them in your truck or your car. I mean, you brought them there, so take them away. On that
House numbers and street names.
house numbers and street names, I'm always arguing with the chief about this one. But we're thinking of changing some house numbers will stay the same. Like we start from the southeast corner, Gordy Pelchy's 1, Sandy's 2 on 3. Things like that won't change, but in between there somewhere we're gonna start changing the house numbers. So it's just for better finding it when there's emergency calls made. And so we're discussing that. My idea was to, you know, like change them. We'll have 3 number 1s. Well, I'm always number 1, but yeah, that's in discussion. We'll be changing those numbers shortly here, hopefully, once we figure out what we're gonna do and the chief quits arguing with me. But that's the good thing. You know, we could sit there and argue and disagree, but in the end of the day, we're still one government. And what else? Oh, and then we did a lot of work on the graveyard. It was all rough, and we got Chimo Construction to come in last summer, and that's Chimo, eh?
Yeah, Chimo. Yeah, Chimo's.
Yeah, come in last summer and level it out and pull up the stones that were under the ground. You know, there's a lot of them, couple inches under that he found, and he relined them with gravel and laid them back down. You know, and we kind of got in a little bit trouble here and there over stuff that was taken, but if it ain't working, it shouldn't be there. That's my opinion. So, you know, live with it. Other than that, throughout the summer, yeah, we got the fire department. They're doing good. The volunteer firefighters, we got a new guy there. Carrie Desjardins is kind of the main guy in the fire station now. So that's working out good, you know. And I got to give a lot of thanks for the security workers. Kevin Lara, he started, and you know, this spring we had a lot of trouble with bears, and we're still having that trouble. But a few years back, last year, we used to catch them, and the game wardens would come and put them to sleep, and we didn't see that as an option. So this year, when they're caught, we moved 4 bears now to Duck Mountain.
Duck Mountain.
Yeah, so they're being relocated rather than put to sleep, which is good. What else we got?
You're a trustee.
Oh yeah, I sit on the trustee board, you know, and I give my opinions there too. But Beagle Barry is chairman, and he does a heck of a job as chairman. I just Lloyd retired, so we appointed Barry as chairman. He's got a lot of experience in the TLE department. I've been around since the signing of the TLE, but I really don't know the dictionary as good as Barry did. So we appointed him to be chairman here, and he's doing a heck of a job.
You helped Carol and Tony with the community plan.
Carol, right, and that's still on the go. That's supposed to be done now. It's restarting again.
I just wanted to bring the camera back. So Malcolm is very humble. He's never, he's always busy. Malcolm's the counselor in the chambers that sometimes we think really big and we're thinking worldview, and Malcolm will always bring us back to never forget that our community, we cannot move forward without our community walking with us as well. So Malcolm always make sure that, you know, from the reserve, the borders on the reserve, our on reserve citizens, community members are a part of all of our growth. So you know, we all bring a special something, and you know, that's one of the things. Malcolm is definitely the most advanced counselor. You know, he's always here on time, first one in the morning, cleanest vehicle in the parking lot, and he's always at the mall. You know, and I could sense that Malcolm is at the mall for members and citizens to talk to him. You know, sometimes, you know, including myself, we try to act too busy, and, you know, we are busy, but Malcolm will always make sure he's front line, that if someone has a comment, they tell Malcolm and he comes right to the source and tries to figure it out. So, you know, I just wanted to mention that, Malcolm. I don't know if you had any comments or questions.
You know, when it comes to talking to people, a lot of people just need somebody to talk to, and you know, it's not, I tell a lot of people, you know, if you want to talk and you want it to stay up here, that's where it's staying. You know, I'm very confidential when it comes to people telling me, you know, and it does good for them to get stuff off their chest. You know, so I'm sitting there listening, and I try help them out by, you know, like I've been alcohol and drug free for 40 years and over 40 years, and, you know, it's a good life. So, and I ain't afraid to tell them, you know, straighten out here, because I live a good life. Hi.
No, you do. And, you know, just a couple things. So the gravesite, we have unmarked graves. Flower Days on Sunday. Malcolm is preparing and leading Flower Day. So this coming Sunday's Flower Day. Don't forget that. But we have a lot of unmarked graves around there. And starting in June, we got this grant for $240,000, and someone's going to come with a machine and start finding our unmarked graves. It's a part of our healing. So Malcolm is going to help with that as well. With the house numbering, I just wanted to mention really in a serious tone that we've had ambulances and stars come to Cowessess for emergencies. And I'll give you an example. We have a house in the upper sub that's number 189A, and in the lower sub 189B. And so when an ambulance is coming to Cowessess, they don't know that. They just go to 189. And sometimes these are life and death situations. So that's why Malcolm is very animate about we have to adjust our house numbers. And, you know, change in the community is tough at times, and people are, you know, pretty proud of their numbered houses. You know, we do want to make sure we give time for you to change your driver's license, your SAS Power, your Sask Energy, but we are going to bring some recommended house number changes coming up. And the disagreements Counselor and I have is I still think we should have 1 to 200. And Malcolm says, well, why don't we go with our street names and then 1 to like La Valley Lane. Kelly would be 1, Ken would be 2, stuff like that down La Valley Lane, and then so on on every street. And then, you know, down Ogama Trail, it would be 1 to whatever. But Malcolm says if we do it that way, then we can have room for growth for other homes. So anyways, we're going to come up with some ideas and then send out a letter to every home and see what you think. So I just wanted to mention that.
No, that's all good. And I just like to thank you all for listening, you know, this evening and tuning in. You know, we're chief and council for you people. You elected us, and the only way we could get things done is by being a team. You know, we have to work together. When the meeting's over, we have to be able to, you know, smile at each other. And now it used to be shake hands or hug the women, but now it's just the punch. So as long as we keep that going, you know, we're gonna go a long ways. Hi.
What do you mean? You don't hug men?
No.
I'm teasing. Thank you, Counselor. Yeah, always there for advice and guidance. All right, we got 2 more counselors and we're gonna do the draw for the, no questions? No, they don't ask the sheriff questions. And then we're gonna do the draw for the $500 patio set. And the rule is you have to be on for a minimum an hour. So Pat Criddle's been taking advice. So without further ado, Friday evening, we know him as Ricardo, but on the voting slip, you voted for Richard Asagan. So come on down. You kind of have the Ricardo look this evening. So Counselor Richard, one of our busier counselors, always on the go. He has many boards he sits on. He looks after the stewardship of the land for us, some legal cases. So without further ado, Counselor Richard, opening comments, or tell me when to put up the slide.
Please put up the slide.
All right, I like you. Right to the point. All right, Counselor. Okay, I'll go right to this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the prayer. I think Pat Sparvier did the prayer. Thank you. It's great to be here. Enjoy working for Cowessess. I like the name that's being out there. We're getting a good name. We're doing a lot of great things. And the citizens are the ones that benefit from everything that we do. And I like to work at the nation state, at the sovereign level. And we need to occupy the space there. So I'm responsible for stewards of the land, which is the air, land, and water. And that means I'm responsible for duty to consult and duty to accommodate, which is a very, it's a wide open process, but we're kind of narrowing it down, and we're going to prescribe and provide some good advice for the nation and whatever it does. Next. One of the current, I cut my presentation down. It used to be like 23, 26 slides. So I'm just going to hit some of the highlights, and I do work on a lot of things. So, but just to give you guys an idea of what's going on, there's the Crooked Lake Dam here at the Crooked Lake, at the end of the Crooked Lake at the east side. That's been built in 1937, I believe, and it needs to be replaced. But we have a 2011 flood claim. So I'll just go through this, is that the Saskatchewan Water Security Agency and Cowessess First Nations, we are in an official duty to consult process, and that was initiated last August of last summer. And it was supposed to have ended on November 10th, but we don't prescribe to any timelines. We just need to get it done and work for the interests of the nation of Cowessess. And we've been in kind of, I guess, informal conversations with the Saskatchewan government since 2015. So at that time, they proposed 3 options for the replacement, and they chose option 2. We're not opposed to option 2, but what it does is it places the structure off of Cowessess land, and our position is that the structure itself must touch the southern portion, the south end of Cowessess, so that we have a say in the management of water. If they remove that from our lands, we will not give consensus. We will not agree to that. So the flood claim agreement of 2011 states that the structure, which is described as the works, must be replaced at the same or approximate location. And until they acknowledge that, we're not going to move forward. But Cowessess First Nations position is if the structure is to be placed away from the same or approximate location, Cowessess must be in possession of those lands adjacent to the new location. And so I believe that's what Saskatchewan is working on right now. They need to accommodate us. During this process, we completed a full-on reserve boundary survey. And so we have an up-to-date boundary survey. We have the maps, Lands holds copies of the maps. I hold copies of the maps, and the nation itself holds copies of the maps, so that we have up-to-date, accurate. The boundary survey identifies the boundaries of the nation. And some of the things that we're working on right now, which Saskatchewan needs to do, is that the new location at option 2 site, we want to do an erosion study, because that will change the boundary location of the community, because the river itself, the Capel River, that changes from year to year, from decade to decade, and the new structure might change that much quicker. So we need to know what that boundary may be based on an erosion study. So that's Crooked Lake Dam. Next.
We'll talk about more of this at the end.
Yeah. through your slides first. So Cowessess First Nations will continue to assert the reference to the signed and citizen ratified 2011 flood claim agreement. In the context of the 2011 flood claim, the clauses 20 and 21 of the easement agreement dealing with restrictions on rights, clause 20 shall have no application to those works located on the easement lands on the effective date. So this is ratified by the citizens, and or the replacement or the renovation, construction, or reconstruction of those works, which is the dam, in the same or proximate location of the existing works in order to accommodate the replacement, renovation, construction, or reconstruction of the works. So that's directly from our flood claim agreement. So that's what we stand on. We know that the structure needs to be replaced, and we support that. With option 2, it's not stated here, what they want to do is put a fishway there. So it's going to be a benefit to the citizens of the community, so that it's going to be a safe place to go fishing. So continuing on, subject to clause 21, the rights hereby granted do not include the rights to place upon the easement lands any structure, building, warehouse, storage facilities, or any permanent improvement. So unless we give them permission, they can't do any other work there. The easement only gives them the permission to operate the structure. Further, clause 57 of the easement agreement also restricted any amendments to the agreement as only being allowed to take place by Canada with the consent of the First Nations and the easement holder. In this regard, clause 57 provides as follows. The agreement may only be amended by instrument in writing executed by Canada with the consent of the First Nations by the Band Council resolution and easement holder. So it has to be agreed upon, and we don't agree to any of that until we get the
What do we want?
Yeah, what we want. So that's been going on since 2015. It's a continuous work in progress. I don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. A couple of years ago, they wanted to start building the replacement structure, and we're just still in the middle of trying to have that land turned over to us. Malcolm has been very tough as the sheriff and stated that you can't build that structure until we get the land.
That's right.
So good on Malcolm.
His tone is a little more tough though.
Yeah,
how you said it.
I'm too nice about it. So one of the other things that I work on is the International Joint Commission. They do a Souris River water study. So there's a Souris River basin that transcends the boundary of Canada and the US. And the 1909 treaty between Canada and the United States kind of outlines the relationship of this. So they're responsible for the water basins overlapping all international boundaries. So there's many water basins that transcend the international boundary. And the Souris River Water Study Board is put in place to study the effects of flow and basic water management. And so the water issues about drought and flood and chemicals, erosion, control structure effects, I learn a lot from there, and I bring that to the nation, and that helps me with the control structure replacement here. So there's a lot of issues that I learned from, and Cowessess as the nation benefits from that. They're trying to develop an Indigenous Advisory Committee, and I've helped them do that. There's no committee just yet, but they want to build one, and that just basically, we presented to an international audience on First Nations engagement, and that helped them find a conversation about how that's going to come about. And so just on a side, without a committee, I review reports and I provide advice still to the International Joint Commission. I get invited to a lot of meetings. They got 6 commissioners, and I've been online and I've spoken to a lot of them, and I give them advice, and I give them a stance on what Cowessess and what being a First Nations to a treaty means to this 1909 treaty and the management of water basins. And so it's a really good experience, and it benefits Cowessess in so many different ways.
Richard, really quickly explain what the Souris River is.
The Souris River is that it's almost at the end of the Capel River. It starts, the water basin is actually on the south end of the Canada #1. And so the Souris River Water Study Board is basically studying the water basin's effects about chemicals, drought and flood, erosion, control structure effects there. And so what they do is the Souris River floods every other few years, just like the Red River in Winnipeg. And so what they're trying to do is they're trying to manage that so that there is no effects to First Nations lands, because some First Nations communities have to evacuate their territories when the water is flooding. So that's what they're trying to learn. And so they include First Nations and their voice and kind of like manage that so we're included. Land claims is one of my portfolios that I manage. So we are on the 1907 claim, currently in negotiations with Canada to settle. That was accepted by Canada, and Chief had presented very well on that subject. What I've been working on as well is a treaty benefits claim. Councillor Pat Sparvier calls it the pigs and whistles, but it's not pigs and whistles, it's cows and plows.
I can't believe you called it that online.
We had a good laugh at the council meeting when she called it pigs and whistles. But treaty benefits claim, it's part of the benefits of the treaty when we signed on to Treaty 4. I'm going to get slapped here.
Sorry, I'm serious talk.
Okay, we're serious. So there's only 2 phases of research, and we're actually currently in phase 2. And I believe that it's going to be wrapped up in the fall. So by Christmas, we're going to make a determination to see if it's a valid claim. The mismanagement of funds claim is also a smaller claim, but still there was a trust fund set up for the nation, all nations in Canada that signed the treaty. And most of those trust funds were mismanaged out of existence. So if they were managed properly, we wouldn't have to be fighting for money. We wouldn't be operating in the deficit budget. So what we're doing was we're in phase 2 of that research project as well. And we most likely will have a valid claim. There are only 2 phases in research, and these all may be completed by next year, by January. So I can say it will be completed by the fall, but council has to make a determination based on the research. If submitted as a claim, so the timeline, Canada has 3 years to respond to any of these claims that we submit. So 1907 took decades of research and coordination by many citizens that have passed on and current, and that's going to be coming to fruition. We're still in kind of the development of doing the research to fill in the elements that will, determine how much this is going to be worth.
That's it for this one?
Yeah, that's it.
You have one
Any
more.
questions so far?
No questions. You got 22 more slides.
I cut down my slides this year. So I sit on the Indigenous Advisory Monitoring Committee, and that's a committee that was set up by the Trudeau government, whether you like them or not. They're trying to they're working towards reconciliation and inclusion. And so the Indigenous Advisory Monitoring Committee, as they approved a major project, which is the Line 3 replacement project for the Enbridge pipeline. What we do is there's this committee that's attached to there. And what we tried to do is to learn from that experience and try to include First Nations voice and traditional knowledge so that it'll help them manage major projects and even probably in the future place more conditions on other major projects, or even just listen to First Nations and how it's going to affect our homelands. And so they may stop in the future some major projects and in consideration of our needs. So monitoring, we have pre-construction monitoring, we have construction monitoring, we have post-construction monitoring, and that's designed to look for heritage resources, sacred sites or chance finds, teepee rings, buffalo rocks, that kind of stuff. So the monitoring portion is very important to our nation as we have major projects that might disturb some of these sites, including graveyards, burial grounds, and so forth. One of the emphases we're working on right now is in emergency management. We just did some research. We hired some consultants. The government gave us some money to hire consultants. What it does is gives us the templates so that any nation can develop an emergency management process for their nation to respond and to be included. So just like us, what is that? Ocean Man? They had a pipeline burst there. And so they had to call outside sources to come in to clean it up. And the response time, the spill was continuing. And so what this does is if there's a pipeline burst, the break in our region, Cowessess will be able to hire its own citizens to respond to do cleanup and management of that emergency cleanup. What we do also is we do file reviews of the conditions that are placed on any project. And a lot of the conditions are meant to consider First Nations inclusion and voice and everything like that. But the other thing too is that this committee in conjunction with the Canadian Energy Regulator, we want to build capacity within First Nations so that we have our own monitors, we can hire our own monitors, our own emergency management response teams. And we also want to just make sure that we have the plans in place to be on call, to respond to these things. So capacity building within our citizenry so that we can hire our own citizens to go out and do that. The socioeconomic participation in some of these major projects, as you know, the Trans Mountain Pipeline, there's a bid by a First Nations group to actually own that pipeline. And so that's how we're getting involved. There are some nations during the Line 3 replacement that have gotten major primary contracting bids and awards. And some of those nations have pulled millions of dollars into their nation. And so that's why we're involved in this, trying to find and get a wedge in there. So places, companies like our Cowessess driver can participate and build, be part of major projects, and we can profit from that as well. And it basically comes down to First Nations input, and that input gives advice to government and how they can restructure their approach to dealing with First Nations in inclusion and reconciliation. So that's
just really quickly, Richard, two things on here. So Richard's very humble about it, but Richard's one of the major leaders in IAMC. And one of the things is you have direct link to the Minister of Natural Resources. So if something happens, Councillor Richard sits on this committee, which has a direct to Minister of Natural Resources. I think it's O'Regan right now. And so, you know, Kaosis is known as one that asks a lot of questions. And then secondly, you took some elders, elders, correct me if I'm wrong,
yes.
You took some elders.
Denison Leona
when they were bringing the Line 3 through, and they got to actually see what Line 3 was.
Mm-hmm.
So that's some of the things Richard's been doing with IAMC.
So there's the International Joint Commission, still the importance of water knowledge into management boards, study boards, and in particular to agencies is inclusive of the way water is affecting First Nations, and having a voice where there has not been a voice is crucial and vital to inclusion and reconciliation. I just wanted to come back to that because we have a voice, we have water is life, and water is very important to us. We have a top-notch drinking water system here in Cowessess. And so we have access to influencing regulations and legislation, and they have to accommodate First Nations, and that's where this trend is moving towards. So,
very good. And that includes the Hatfield Aquifer.
Yeah, the Hatfield Aquifer, all that kind of stuff. Just to touch on some of the things, I cut my presentation down. So I did participate in the Child and Family Services Coordination Agreement. That's complete. 1907 specific claims negotiations, that's ongoing. COVID Task Force, that's ongoing. The International Joint Commission, that's ongoing. Indigenous Advisory Monitoring Committee, that is ongoing. Our duty to consult for the Crooked Lake Dam, that is continuing. I'm now on the Ventures Board, and that's a new addition to my workday. And I love learning and I like experiencing, and I look forward to the day when Cowessess is part of the economic structure of Saskatchewan and Canada. Some of the things that I've been participating in recently is the species at risk. The AFN is starting to focus on species at risk, and that's going to help out the nation too, because fishing at Crooked Lake it's got to be healthy, and we've got to find ways to support that health. The class action lawsuits that are going on is the Day School and Day Scholar. In 2020, the Day School students have been receiving settlements, and so that I get about 2 calls a week regarding that. Sometimes when I'm driving and I just remember that somebody called me and I totally forgot to write it down because I was driving. So if you remember that, give me a call. The Day Scholar class action lawsuit will be going to court this year. So that may be a few years away from being settled. So if you have questions about that, give me a call. But if I'm driving, don't expect me to remember anything. Drinking water class action lawsuit, we're at a point where we're going to opt in, hopefully, and I think there's the deadline by June 5th. So Cowessess is looking into that matter, and this is a benefit to the nation itself as a whole, but also to citizens that have had no access to proper drinking water. So there's another benefit coming down
I'm gonna bring this down here. So Councillor Richard, that was it for slides.
Okay.
So there's a difference between day school and day scholar. So we're currently dealing with the day school applications, and their end date is next year, I believe. And then what Councillor Richard's working on is there's another legal case in Canada called day scholar. Are you able at this time to explain the difference between the two? Because I'm not yet. I'm still
Well,
trying to.
day school through Schedule K, there was a day school here up by the band office. There was an old school here. There's the CCEC, a separate building down below. There was the Bannock School, I think was mostly a Métis school. But there was 3 schools on Cowessess that were day schools. So they were just like separate schools like CCEC. So that's the day school class action lawsuit which you can apply for. And some people get confused with day scholar, which is the residential school where when kids went to residential school, they were not included in the settlement process because they lived at home and went to school during the day. So that's the difference.
Okay. Hang on, I see, is that Ken on there? Tun. Hi, Ken, good to see you. Yes.
I have a story about Tun. So when I met up with him, he didn't know that I knew his nickname Tun. So people are saying, what are you calling him Tun for? But I said, well, he was the best man at my dad's wedding. And so I went and talked to him and I said, hey, you were the best man at my dad's wedding. And so I thought, I don't know who your dad is, but you were the best man at my dad's wedding. Oh, I know who your dad is.
Must have been a good night for
Yeah,
Tun
must have been
if
a
he
good
doesn't
night.
remember that wedding. Yeah. Richard, back to the dam. I just wanted to finish off with Crooked Lake Dam. So, what do we want? I just wanted to mention that we're trying to make this simple. The dam is expired. Like, we just got to really realize that the dam erosion, it's starting to fall apart, and we have to make sure there's a good structure there. We're not saying no to the dam. We just have certain requirements we wanted. And what are those?
The requirement is to have an adherence to the 2011 floodplain, because Canada will not allow us to give permission for option 2 unless they consider the easement agreement and the same and proximate location. And once we all come to an agreement, then and we're comfortable with it. So we don't oppose the fishway. We don't oppose the option 2. What we are opposed to is having the structure placed off of Cowessess. So that's what we want.
Yeah, and so right now the proposed new dam is going to be 40 yards north of the current dam. So where some of the criddles are, that'll be the new dam. So what we're telling Saskatchewan is sell us that land between the new dam and the current dam for $1. We'll status it because we want to make sure the dam is touching Cowessess Reserve, the one side. That's what we want.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, the potash industry is dependent upon water. We don't want to be left out of the picture as far as decision making is concerned. So we need to have a say in how that structure is operated. And so water is going to be very important in the future. And so we're standing our ground to have a say in the water issues in this province, and especially with Crooked Lake.
Richard's the counselor that takes on more of the heavy projects, and he's too nice to say no. So that's why he really says when he's too busy. He is a really busy counselor. He takes on the ones of stewardship, which is really important to us, and does many other things. You have comments, Richard? Good job. So I don't see any questions.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, well, good job, counselor. Keep up the good work. I think you're Ricardo mode this evening.
It's Friday.
As we transition the best for last here, Counselor Denise, I just wanted to mention, I think we're in the most bachelor era of counselors ever on Cowessess. And speaking of female seeking male, we got Counselor Denise. Counselor Denise, this is her first term. Counselor Denise has been working with the nation. I don't want to age you, but I'll say a little over 2 decades, has played many roles and has come in gung-ho, taken the bull by the horns, learned quickly, and she plays many roles here with Counsel. So the last presentation of the evening, without further ado, Counselor Denise, you want opening comments, or you want me to put your slide up?
You can put my slide up. I can do my opening comments. First of all, I want to say good evening to the citizens that are online. I want to thank Pat for the beautiful opening prayer this afternoon. One of the first comments that I want to make is to say, hi, Dennis. I miss you so much. I want to just come and give you kisses and hugs. So I'll come and see you soon. And I'd like to apologize to the citizens as I've not been able to attend some of the gatherings that we've had, like wakes or funerals or even some events. This COVID has us being extra careful. Our family is supporting our dad right now. He's going through some health concerns and extra care needs to happen with that. So my thoughts and prayers are with those that are suffering from loss, from sickness, from mental illness and loneliness. Now is the time that we need to be supportive of one another. I'm not going to keep you any much longer, but I do want to encourage questions if you have any. It's kind of hot in here right now. I think all the single counselors are throwing off heat.
Got
So-
Cheska, 1 second, counselor. I'm having some sound technical
They can't
issues
hear
here.
me. Do I got to do that all again?
No, we're just kind of there we go. So you're speaking into this mic right
All
here. So
right.
just don't spit in it, but just
spit in it.
speak close to it. There we go.
So I'm hoping you heard my opening comments, but I'm not going to go into detail over the meetings that I attended, but I have them up there because they were already discussed and updated by those respective leaders. Learning and being part of this team has sure been busy, as you can see by the meetings that I've been in. Some of them have been every day. There's been a couple of them where there've been two on at the same time. The coordination agreement, we had our final meeting, and that one was a real learning experience from learning from all levels of government on how process is done. The COVID task team, we do that weekly. We were doing it 3 times a week there at one time. The one I want to concentrate on is the Eagle Women Tribunal and the development and the training. We were launched on March 22nd of this past year. I'm very proud of our board and the commitment and the open minds to creating a new way of dispute resolution and what that entails. The support and feedback and the discussions that we've had at that board level has been really learning on both sides for both of us. So I'm the facilitator. I feel I'm just a facilitator of the meetings, and the ideas come from the board. So creating something new, dispute process, tribunal processes is it's awesome. It's bringing in our values and our traditions into a dispute resolution process that was there in the past, and we just want to bring it back forward into our procedural manual and how we deal with it right now, especially with the Pimatisawan Act is where we're launched. So we need to be cognizant of the best interest of the child. We've had 10 training sessions to date. More training is always going to be identified and ongoing. So some of the trainings that we've completed at the board level is an overview of Canada's legal system as it pertains to legislation agreements. We reviewed the Bill C-92, Charter of Rights, Human Rights review and of the Pimatisawan Act, decision making and writing, evidence review, bias, and some of the trainings that we've had. We have created an Eagle Woman procedural handbook, and we have just recently approved that on Wednesday. So we'll be bringing that for review at the council level as well. Communication strategy. A communication strategy, I guess you could probably go to the next slide.
Yeah, you just tell me what.
So the communication strategy is something that we're going to be developing as well, and bring it out to community meetings where probably have Zoom meetings, question and answer sessions, just so people know what Eagle Women Tribunal is. And the reason that we really haven't did a communication launch right now is because it is new, and we don't know what we're going to be presenting, I guess, to the community. So now that we have our manual, we'll be going through that with our directors of the nation, with chief and counsel, and want to bring some of those things to the community level as well. As Loretta mentioned yesterday, Eagle Women Tribunal has had establishing our office space. Can I go ahead and tell them where it is? So we're really excited about this endeavor. A motion was made at the council level for our location, and it's gonna be beside the old hall. And the trees there, we're gonna clean it right out. We'll keep the trees there. It's gonna be really beautiful once we're done. I feel this is the ideal location, as the amenities are close, the infrastructure is there, and we'll be close to the mall, to the store, to the daycare and everything, but still have that autonomy of being separate from the van, and make it comfortable and relaxing enough for our citizens and community to be able to drop in. We do have a webpage. Thank you to Rhoda for our communications, and we will be updating that as we go along. And we also have a box number. It's box 305 Cowessess. So with that, I would just want to thank you for taking the time to listen. I'm proud to be serving in the capacity that I'm serving in, being a servant to the community and citizens. I want to just ask the community to continue to be safe, and I want to encourage vaccinations, because I feel this is the best way that we're going to get back to hugs and being able to gather once again. So open for any questions if anyone has any.
Wash your hands at WD-40.
Denise, so Denise has, been very servant counselor and just, taking something and running with it. She helped create Eagle Woman Tribunal from an idea to giving birth to it. Now it's just a baby. Denise, your mindset is governance. Where do you see us going now that we have our constitution, our Mio Pimatisawan Act, and self-government, following bylaws, following policies and whatnot? If you just share a little bit, I know you've been very passionate about following our laws.
Thank you, Chief. Really good question. One of the things that we need to do is to work with our directors and getting the legislation, our laws, our policies, to get the Eagle Woman Tribunal included into that legislation, as that's going to make give us the autonomy, I guess, to hear any disputes that come up. Because right now we only have the jurisdiction to hear from the Pimatisawan Act, and until we get the jurisdiction from the administration side, that's one goal that I'll be looking forward to, working with the directors and getting Eagle Woman Tribunal included into our legislation, but also working with the community. One thing that we do talk about is self-government and how does that look for Eagle Woman Tribunal, and thinking and talking about creating an act or something to bring to the community so that they could approve Eagle Woman Tribunal to hear administration disputes, as they did with the Pimatisawan Act, and to hear those disputes. So that's a long-term goal and something that I look forward to as well.
Plug here just in case somebody's speaking up. We did have a question here. It is about Howard, but it just said, how do we talk to find out Howard Delorme's house number? I believe that's a TLE house. Is that a TLE purchase
And that's
house?
always one of the issues that we have, right, on the house numbering and stuff, because if there ever was a concern in someone, where do we send them to? And we just probably have a legal description. for
Yeah.
that. So that's a good question.
Good question. We'll find out, because I know in the RM of Grayson, where Howard's house is, we'll have to find out how they do that, because house numbers on the reserve, they're kind of on the reserve, and then off the reserve. The TLE houses were purchased as your most private home without actually being able to resell it in certain sorts. So it's a good question. And another one said, good job, Denise and Richard. So very good. Talk about your jersey. Final question. How does this Ethan Bear thing affect you? And what's your jersey mean to you?
I'm really glad that you asked me that, Chief. So I'm a real Thunder's fan, Thunder fan, and I was at the game when the decision came down for the Bushi one, and there was a game going on that night, and the atmosphere changed when the decision came down, you could pretty much tell within 5 minutes of which way it went because the atmosphere in the arena really changed. So racism is real, and even if it comes to our nation, we still feel it as fans, and it hurts. So I just want to, Leland Wasakase is my favorite hockey player,
Nice.
and I just want to give a shout out to him because he inspires me, and it's just nice to see these young guys playing hockey and not caring about enjoying the game, right?
Yeah,
So,
no,
thank
for
you
sure.
for that.
Well, thank you, Denise. I don't see any other questions, so we'll start to wrap up our General Assembly. So thank you, Denise, again. Just going to start to close up here. Denise, you can't move because you're going to make the draw here right away. I just want to thank everybody. We fulfilled our 2-day spring assembly. I wish we could have been sharing KFC and at the mall. Just wondering. Curtis is excluded from the meeting as I believe this is the second AGM he has not reported. I'm going to put my shield down and talk openly as possible. Councillor Curtis attends duly called chief and council meetings regularly. And that's the duties that he has accepted. Other options have been given to him. Nothing has stuck. We have done our part. We keep him in the emails, but people do have to meet us halfway. I do get a little question sometimes as the chief, as I'm told, get your counselor in line. I respond by saying I'm an elected chief to work with 8 counselors. I do my best, but if people voted for a counselor, sometimes you have to help and nudge. But exclusion. I've heard the comment that I have excluded Curtis. I just want to say I don't feel I have. I can explain it as best I can. I send emails. I keep up to date. But yes, he has not presented in 2 AGMs. In the Election Act, a counselor is to attend a duly called meeting. And that is the bottom floor, and he is fulfilling that. All the extra duties that all these other counselors have presented are, benefit, and he has not wanted and has fulfilled his any extras that we have asked or he has wanted to. So I thank you for the question. I know it's not an easy one to discuss, but I just wanted to be fully open there. And just remember, there's 3 sides to every story. You heard mine. So, if anybody talks to Curtis, I'm sure he has his as well. With that, I do want to start to, if there's no more comments or questions, I just wanted to recap yesterday. Our directors, our executive director presented a full evening, very good updates. Your nation is in good hands. We got some amazing directors. Council, we allow them to be directors. Council, we're looking more at the forest. Just because some councilors maybe didn't talk too much, we are involved in every decision at the chief and council level. And so everything else we've shared is just extra things that we're trying to. Our end goal is self-government, our inherent rights, our treaty rights, and everything like that. And I hope you all enjoyed the 2 days. These 2 videos are going to be up to on our YouTube channel, so you could watch this again. Our PowerPoints will be uploaded onto our website, so you could look at them again. And we are trying to fulfill a very transparent government on your behalf. So on behalf of council and management, I want to thank you. We're very proud, and it's not easy being a chief and council, but we do our duty the best we can, and we are healing and getting stronger. So without further ado, someone is going to win a patio set worth 500. And
One race logo is gonna.
Denise, I don't want them to gun me off, so you're gonna pick it. Everybody that's been on for an hour or longer, your name's in here. You got to do the Sega thing. There they go.
I'm
want to hide at my house for a week.
right.
Come and find me.
Someone is going to win a $500 patio set. Open it. I don't want to touch it.
Whew.
Show them, tell them.
Jackie Nixon.
Hey, Jackie Nixon in PA. I know Jackie Nixon. Nice. Congratulations, Jackie. We'll follow up. Checks in the mail, Jackie. Kidding. Well, thank you everybody for taking time to listen. And if there's any questions, your leadership, our contact information is out there. Contact the urban office, the administration office, and one day at a time we'll get stronger. So Nanaskaman, thank you very much.